Oh, I could put it in higher resolution. I had my choice of higher resolution, but I like lower resolution. Yeah, we can do higher resolution now. Hello. Let's see who's in the side chat here. Technical FUD. Vanessa Kitty is here. Bobby Barlow is here. Hey guys, and Vanessa. And of course, we got Andy on the side here. All right, how's everyone doing? Let's see, let's get situated. Just talking with Andy here. Does the sound okay? I got a small fan going.
Sounds fine to me.
Okay, good.
Hello, Jeff.
Good to see you, Jeff. Okay, I had a video pop up. It was a single shot, and he was doing a live. And it popped up on the side, so I clicked on it. It just came up. And he's shooting a 22-1911 live. You know the rules. And I'm watching the video, and I'm like, ooh, you could, and they deleted the video right in the middle of his live stream and said, and then when it clicked off, it said at the top, this was removed by YouTube for violating the rules.
It just blows me away that I can make a video and put it up, but I can't live stream it.
Yeah, they're afraid of something happening bad live, I guess.
Yeah, I can understand their thoughts, but I mean,
I can't. They're un-American, so we need, yeah.
Yeah, but they should allow the video on, and they can cut it instantly if there's something goes wrong.
That's true. They can delete it. So, yeah, what's the purpose? Why waste the energy someone filtering out this crap? I don't know. So.
Well, if you've got a lot of people watching and something happens, they're going to see it, and then that's,
Yeah, they saw it live before they deleted it. Yeah. So I know what they're going to do to him. They're going to give him a strike, and then they're going to go after his older videos. And, they do that all the time.
Well, I don't make a lot of videos. I have to have a reason to make a video. So I'm not too worried about it. I took anything casting was removed. And let's see, what was I doing? Was it under this listing? Odyssey. Okay. And they did also automatic updates. Okay. Yeah. They stopped doing it now.
What do you mean? I have automatic.
If people on Odyssey are not watching your videos, you don't get enough hits. They take it. They're going to take it off. That's what they did to me. I want me to manually upload because I don't have enough people watching it on Odyssey.
Wow. I was just on Odyssey deleting a couple videos, and they're all there. And
no, they're not deleting my old ones. They're not going to add new ones.
I know, but my newest one was there.
Well, I just got this Friday.
Oh, you just started doing it? You might want to.
No. On Friday, I got an email from them telling me because of the lack of people watching my videos, they're not going to automatically upload it. I go, what does that have to do with anything? You're telling me to come live to go on Odyssey and upload it manually. It's not costing them anything to do it.
Well, maybe they're trying to thin the bandwidth herd. I didn't get that email, but they did kill the commercials or you get these spam pop-up things. They killed that, which is good. They're improving it. And they let you do whatever you want. So you can do 3D printing, whatever on Odyssey. So I was just there. All the videos are there. The newest videos are there. The one with Grandpa was there. And I was just going through getting rid of a couple, and I saw Michael Signs is over there. He used to be on these live chats a lot, and he got really pissed off at YouTube, and he probably refuses to use it. Otherwise, he'd come on. And the last video he did, and I'm like, sorry, Michael, I don't come here much. You know, most of my videos dump here. And every time I go there, I'm sorry, because he replies, you know. And his last video, you know those square water containers that have the mesh on the outside, the really
the big ones,
the heavy duty wire bars.
Yeah, we have them at work.
They made a little hot tub out of one, okay, and it's perfect because it's strong. You know, it's got wire bars all the way.
It's a cage around it.
Yeah, and people use them for water tanks. Meg has a couple on his property out there. And they made a little deck, and they had a little hot tub. And I was like, man, where, you know, I should find one of those. James Pullard is here. And that would be awesome. Just fill it up. And you got a little swimming pool there that won't fall apart. Fuzzy is here. Hey, Fuzz. So anyway, I thought that was a good idea. He posted that last month. So it shows you how many times I go over to Odyssey. But I'm glad they got rid of the commercials, but I'm not glad that they're not letting you automatically upload, because for me, it works a lot better than the other one everyone uses. What's the
Rumble?
Rumble doesn't. I got to go to Rumble and thin the herd. They only show a couple videos of mine. They don't automatically.
Mine. Just make sure you have the settings done. If not, there was a guy's name in the email. If you're having problems, Leo.
Leo.
How are you?
Julio.
You skipped a Hoolie.
Julio.
How's everybody doing?
Good to see you, Julio. Yeah, I've been wondering about you, Julio. You're looking good, man.
Yeah, thank you. It's been warm up in the attic, so today is a cool day.
Yeah, I know. I still got a fan running, and I'm down below.
Yeah.
One guy is here. Yeah, I see you got the reloading stuff set up on your bench still. Everything's there. It's just too hot some days, huh?
Yeah.
Can't you put one of those split units up there?
I've been thinking about it.
I mean, you can buy them for like $250.
It's got a weird window, but I'm looking into those like let me log into this thing here, asking all these questions. Same thing at the beginning is doing it again.
You have a window that actually opens?
Yeah, and it's asking me all these questions to log in.
Oh, this one is?
Yeah.
I don't know. You're working
fine. There it is. It won't let me do the chat unless I re-log in twice.
That's weird. Maybe
try. You know how to ask you all these questions in the beginning when the chat opens? You gotta answer the same questions and all use the chat. It's like two separate things.
Weird. Maybe try, you know, I do the email invite to you because that is on my thing. Maybe try that link next time I put it.
Yeah, I did. I used to link your email to me, but I asked me all the questions.
Weird. You've been on here forever. You'd think they would know.
Exactly. Yeah.
Andre D'Angelo is here. D'Angelo.
Yeah, so I have a little sectional wall. It's maybe about 6 feet, 4 feet high. You know those air conditioning units you hang on the wall?
Oh, the split units they call.
Yeah, split unit. Yeah, I was thinking something like that. They do make one like a for a 110 circuit.
Yeah.
So I was thinking again something like that. You know, at least it'll cool off the whole attic. You know.
Well, my son brought home one from a garage sale, a portable one. You know, and it's quiet. I forget the brand. I think I did a short video or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, he got it at a garage sale. The guy was moving, and he thought it didn't work anymore. and all he had to do was hit the reset button on the plug-in. My son's like, "Hey, it works. I fixed it." And he said, "Well, same price anyway. I'm moving." So we put that in the bedroom, and as long as you got a window that's open, you can take some thin plywood or whatever and cover that.
It's just a vent. Yeah, it's just a vent.
Yeah, so I'm using the sliding glass door and just did a vent like that, put a vent in, and then I put some rubber stickum insulation around it. So bugs, well, it has a screen on the outside anyway. And that thing works so good and it's quiet.
We have a few of those at work, and they built a few. They took a bigger office and made a smaller office.
Yeah.
And by the time they would have done all the duct work and whatnot to get that thing working, was cheaper to buy one of those.
Okay, yeah, I'll look into that.
And they're just venting it into the ceiling.
Yeah.
If you got like local stuff like Craigslist or whatever, look for them. People moving and stuff. Oh my gosh, it's super easy. And where we live, we don't have to change the water or anything. So I guess there's a water dump or something.
Yeah.
You can put a hose out the same window with a drilled hole.
Right.
But oh my gosh, what a difference.
Yeah, I'll look into that. Yeah.
Yeah, just try and find a used one. New, they're kind of pricey, but
man,
I
got to be mounted like in the opposite side of the attic, because on this side, as my reloading bench is here, and then it'll be my way.
And all it is
the opposite side, yeah.
And they come with the dryer hose with a little mount thing, so you just cut the hole. It was so easy, and that was one of the best things he ever brought home from garage sale.
Yeah, I'll look into that.
Let's see, taco and French fries is here. Hobbies Hobo's here. So yeah, that's a quick, easy, because all you need is a plug-in. Boom. And you can roll it around and store it away when you don't need it. You know.
Yeah, if you don't even have to go through a window, you can put a dryer vent through the wall of your house.
Okay.
And you can hook them up to that.
Or through the window and just put plywood there or plastic, whatever. If you get rain on the window, something sealed.
Okay.
It was really easy, and it was the best thing this summer. And my wife's like, "You don't watch TV with me anymore." It's like, yeah, I'm laying in bed with the air conditioner. I'm watching YouTube here, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, those things do work. So.
Okay, yeah, I'll look into that.
Yeah, some are better than others, but this model was, at its time, was supposed to be super quiet and everything, and it is. It's quiet.
Yeah, that would be the big thing if you're gonna go to the store and buy a new one, that they have some plugged in that you can at least hear them, because some are noisy. The ones we have at work are pretty quiet.
And it has a remote control, so you don't have. You just sit there and then you have power boost if you want it really cold.
Right.
Man, we have a big bedroom and it heats the whole thing fast.
Okay.
Or cools it fast. Yeah. So there's an option, and always look for someone moving, one in good condition, make sure it works, and you can get them $100 or less, and it saves money. Yeah.
Well, the newer ones use a newer refrigerant that works differently.
Yeah, I think that 410, I think it's called.
Yeah, I forget what it is.
Yeah.
It's a newer refrigerant, and it's a little expensive, the refrigerant, but that's what's bringing the price up a tad on those.
Yeah.
Units. But they're quieter.
Yeah, I have 410 refrigerant downstairs, a tank and a half, I think. And my son does heating and cooling. So the humidifier sprung a leak last year, and it was a stupid valve. You put the Freon through it. The Schrader valve is called. Yeah, that thing started leaking for whatever reason, because no one ever touches it.
It's a little rubber seal and little rubber gas.
Yeah, so he loosened it and tightened it back up, and been
Dirt
working
got in it, maybe.
since. and filled it up.
Nice.
Yeah, the thing is about 11 years old.
Well, we should ask him about one of those things. He could have somebody with one laying around.
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, one he's replacing somebody's older one.
Right.
Might get one free. you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe one that accidentally dropped off the truck
I know.
and got tinted or something.
Yeah, no, I had the dehumidifier here, but if not, forget about it. The day that thing breaks, I gotta replace it immediately.
So you've been doing any shooting at all?
No, none at all. My schedule is too tight.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, it's just good to see you on here, and I hope you come for Halloween.
Yeah, I actually hope so. Yeah.
You're always there. Every Halloween you've been there.
Yeah, I got competition with him.
What's the weather like over there, Julio? It must be cool.
It's nice. Today was about 69, but it was a warm 69 with a little breeze. I guess we're getting the wind from the hurricane out in the ocean there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's far away, but we'll be feeling the winds from it here. But it's been cloudy, it's just lingering out in the ocean.
Yeah, we had some on-off rain today here on
Yeah.
Long Island.
Yeah, let it stay out there in the waters.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing heavy. I mean, we actually, yesterday was a windy day.
Yeah.
But today is kind of calm, but we had the nuisance drizzle on and off all day.
Yeah, that's what I was today with a little wind, yeah.
So we're gonna get. I'm hoping the weather's good Wednesday.
Mm.
I have to save some days off. They're coming. I got to pull my solar panels off, change the roof, and then put the panels back up. And I can't believe the time frame of everything happening because the solar panel company said, we can't give you a date like tomorrow. And
right.
So the first date they had was October 30th and 31st to take them down.
Wow.
Okay. So I'm waiting 2 months already.
That's
a
crazy.
month and a half right now. Okay.
Wow.
And the bill, the roofing guy is going to come that Saturday and Sunday to do the roof.
Uh-huh.
A week later, November 10th and 11th, so Monday and Tuesday, they're coming to put panels back up.
Ooh.
That's insane.
Because I called the solar panel. I said, so after I said, you know what? I got to schedule you to put them back up because it could take a long time. She says, I have a cancellation as of today for November 10th and 11th. I said, I'm taking it.
Yeah.
So
now,
I've got 2 weeks. I got a week and a half in there in case the weather's bad that they can get the roof up.
Right.
So
now, do they charge to put them up and take them down?
Oh, they sure do.
Wow.
But I'm fighting them. Okay. I told them, I said, I spoke to the people there and I said, when you install them, and you told me my roof was in great shape, that I didn't have to worry about it for at least 8 to 10 years.
Right.
When you put them up. I said, so last year they were only up a year and I had to deal with roof leaks.
Yeah.
But the panels didn't affect it, so I took care of it. And the guy that did the roof, the leak areas for me, said this roof really needs to be replaced. All the shingles are curling and everything else.
Yeah.
And I says, so you guys didn't do a very good inspection. So
exactly.
I'm expecting. I says, I'm not the guy that's going to yell and scream at you. I says, but they want $7,500 to take down the panels. And,
wow.
And up and down. So $3,700 to take them down, $3,700 to put them back up. Okay. I said, I want that price cut in half.
Wow, that's crazy.
I said, I will, if you give me anything more than $4,000 for both of them, my lawyer will be contacting you. That's what I told him. I said, because you said the roof was in perfect shape.
Exactly, because within 1 year, it's not going to look like it's been there forever. You know what I'm saying?
I said, I'm not trying to get nasty or something. So you guys have to come up with something. I said, because it's costing me a fortune.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, my homeowner's insurance is paying for it.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that 19 grand I got Zelled out of?
Yeah.
I'm getting $18,900 from the insurance company
Wow.
for the roof replacement. But the roof is 20 grand by itself.
Right.
So I'm gonna have to outlay maybe, a grand, 2 grand, and
Yeah.
provided, and then I have to pay for the removal of the panels. So that's gonna be hopefully get them down to a more realistic number. So we'll see.
Patriot Paul is here. Hey, Patriot Paul. So Julio, you doing good? Family doing okay?
Yeah, everybody's doing good. Thank you. Yes.
All right.
Yeah,
So
I'm doing good.
So your infection, whatever, your eye and stuff is all good now?
Yeah, it's doing good. A little light bleeding here and there. I went on the 19th. Yeah, 19th to the doctors, and there's no sign of the tumor, so which is good thing. So I'll see him again in December just to make sure it's still good, and then from there I'll see him once every year.
So, but they're saying it's bleeding?
It's still bleeding from time to time, but it's I still see the hematologist at the cancer center. So I'll see them again next month. I think 2 weeks actually. I'll see them again, and they'll do more blood work to see where it stands. Because the last one they did, it was still high, and they were concerned that high numbers will cause bleeding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like let's say you gotta go in for like a colonoscopy or anything. They cut anything, I could bleed like it's no tomorrow. Because there's no platelets there to create like a blockage to stop bleeding.
Okay, so you got to be careful. I mean, you got to be careful you get cut anywhere.
Okay, I gotta be careful get cut with a knife or something like that real bad.
Yeah.
Or because there's no platelets there to block it, stop quickly.
Okay, so
there's there, but it'll take forever to stop.
Well, there's some new thing on the market I've been hearing about for people that have a blood problem. And it's supposed to be a minor implant, and it stops it. I don't know.
The last one they did, there was a recommendation for some medication, which I have to monitor myself. It's like how you check your blood sugar.
Yeah,
it's a similar check of similar machine, and it tells you how much the platelets you have in your bloodstream with the medication. But the doctor said to hold off on that because they try not to use it.
Yeah.
They're trying to see if my body does intend to fix itself instead. So I guess I'll find out my next blood work when they do that and see what happens.
Is there anything that you shouldn't eat or should eat that can help you?
I gotta avoid. I can't take no blood thinners like ibuprofen, no aspirin, no multivitamin.
Wow.
Certain food, I forgot what it was. I think it was carrots and something else. It could be if I eat a lot of whatever they said. I can't remember. I don't eat too many fruits anyway. I mean, too much vegetables. It could raise the vitamin K or lower it, something like that.
Yeah.
And it reacts like a blood thinner.
Okay.
Yeah. So I gotta watch what I eat. So if I eat any kind of vegetable, I eat very little of it, not a lot of it. So multivitamins are the question.
That's weird about multivitamins. There must be
something. Yeah. He said I can't touch anything like that. No blood thinners.
But there's something called acetaminophen. I don't know. My wife had an issue with nosebleeds out of nowhere. She would sneeze and get a nosebleed, and it was bad.
Right.
I mean, she was rushed to the hospital on the last, and because I couldn't stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
And they said that's the only thing she's allowed to take.
Right.
not a blood thinner.
Yeah. Yeah, this time around I got to see the inside of my nose. But the right side has a lot of stuff removed. They really carved it out. The left side, a lot of it's still there. But man, when you go, they go in with that camera, it's like inside your nose, it's like a roadmap. The amount of blood vessels in there is ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
That's why I don't use borescopes either.
Yeah. Well, he uses a borescope. The thing is like about a foot long, and half of that goes inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't believe when they packed my friend's nose. Okay, I mean, I really did. They put this like a syringe almost in her nose, and they push, and it's putting in a balloon in.
Yeah.
I had no idea how big this thing is or whatnot.
Uh-huh.
We had to have that in her nose for minimum 7 days. So it was 11 days before we could get an appointment for the doctor.
Yeah.
When they pulled this thing out, I said, "You got to be kidding me."
Yeah. No, I called it a freaking tampon because that's what it looks like. And they shoved that thing in, and they filled it up so much to stop it. It creates a headache.
Yeah,
So
it's
this pounding headache. Yeah.
They pump it up with air.
Yeah.
And the thing is coated in I want to say chemicals, but whatever you want to call it.
Right. Yeah.
Help prevent infection, help clotting, all this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it did the job, but I can't even imagine that thing up my nose.
Yeah, no, it's a no. I don't recommend that to no one. It's supposed to be a simple surgery, and end up having 3 right after that.
Yeah, well, something simple. Sometimes you got to like, are you sure? Did you check everything? Did you think of everything before you say it's simple?
Yeah.
Well, doctors like to test and retest and send you back. I'm going through that with the wife, and I'm like, once they get a hold of you, you can't be free.
And it's weird. They did a CAT scan on my second surgery. Okay, the first they knew where it was. Then the second time around, they did a CAT scan, but it missed it. So the bleeder was they call it a pseudo aneurysm. It's called. So it was more to the center of the nose here instead of to the side. So I had to get a specialist. I had to go to a different hospital because they had a specialist there in order to fix that. But man, the amount of blood that came out of there, it was unbelievable. I mean, the thing was just pouring out of there.
Yeah, well, that's how Fran was from a sneeze.
Yeah.
So
now in here, I have like it's like little clips holding it all together for more in the center into my face to hold the vessels together. So when I sneeze, I gotta just sneeze and let it out. Don't hold it back.
Well, that's like Fran's issue is she sneezes through her nose. She won't close her mouth. Okay, and the pressure is ridiculous. Okay,
right.
So she finally, I kept saying, you gotta sneeze through your mouth. You gotta open your mouth and let it come out there. And she finally learned how to do that. So that's part of why I think she hasn't had to go back for any more of them.
Yeah.
But
no, I hope I don't have to ever go through that again.
Even her doctor said she sneezed in the office, and he says, "Don't you know how to sneeze?" And I started laughing.
Yeah.
What's funny? I said, because I've been telling her that's from the first nosebleed. I said, you're closing your mouth and like trying to hold the sneeze back, and it builds up pressure and blows out your nose.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure to a sneeze.
People don't. I forget. It's a crazy mile an hour. Mm-hmm. It's amazing what I forget what it is. I mean, it's like 300 miles an hour. It's something crazy.
Would it pick up on a chronograph?
I know.
Maybe one of the new ones if it's closer than 15 inches away, I pick it up on the new ones.
Tin Man is here. He says, Julio, he's good to see you.
Timmy, I might be on early then tonight.
Now, this could be a bad joke, but when you first went in, did they say, "Were you ever a boxer?" The nose,
Yeah, no.
the nose damage.
Yeah, no, that was weird. And the thing is, that was found by a freak accident because I went for something else.
Oh,
Yeah, and the doctor just had to look. So I saw something, but I'm gonna make another appointment because I want to take further look. And then when he really saw that, is to say, he want a biopsy because he said it was a tumor. And he said, yeah, I can't leave it in there. That has to come out of there. He said.
You caught it early enough, I guess.
yeah,
Yeah.
good thing you caught that. And that's
Yeah,
why-
and it was for one thing, and one thing led to another. If not, I would have found out months later, maybe this year would probably find it. It would have been too late. Even though they took it out, the whole thing, just to make sure that there's no cancer on the opposite side, because they only took a biopsy on the front side. But everything came out good.
Yeah, we missed you, man. We always say, where's
Thank
Julio?
you.
Yep. Well, he's been replying to vids, so I thought, okay, he's probably doing a little better.
Well, we know now it's the heat in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it gets hot. Even though I had a gable fan there, it gets hot, but not too hot like it's used to get. But it gets hot up here.
Hey, Tin Man, he's almost moved out of his house completely.
Oh, Tin Man's moving?
Yeah, his neighbor bought his house. He wanted a bigger house. He's got kids and everything, and he found one, and everything worked out really well quickly too, which is amazing.
Good.
Yep.
Within the same area?
Same area, yeah, because he's got to be by work. I think he might be a little closer to work. I'm not sure. So that's good. He's almost done.
That's good.
He's that close. So that's good. I'm sure that was a struggle and a lot of fun. So, one town closer to work, he says. That's great.
That's good.
All right.
Closed on his old house on Monday. Good deals.
Yeah. And I think he's got to wait like 20 days to move into the new house. I'm not sure.
Yeah, moving always sucks. I always hate moving.
I'll never move again. I'm done.
No. I told everybody my next move will be 1-bedroom apartment, which is the grave, and that's it.
A cubicle. Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
True though. That's same with me, except for I'm probably getting cremated. So yeah.
Yeah, because man, moving is tough.
Yeah, they just moved me to an urn.
I couldn't move. If I had to move now, I don't know. There's just too much stuff. Okay. I mean, it's like here comes the dumpster, and it's time to throw everything out.
Yeah.
Yeah, this would be impossible. I feel bad for my son if he ever has to, when he's alone here and has to sort through everything. Oh my gosh, what a nightmare. Yeah.
I just so much stuff. It's like, then you got a bigger house so you can put more stuff in it.
Yep, that's what happens.
And then you wonder, how did we have this much stuff in the old house, the smaller house? That's what happened to us, And I was getting rid of all kinds of crap. So we had multiple, lots of stuff on Craigslist, garage sales, everything. And then it's like, why is there so much crap here? I thought we got rid of it. And then, of course, we love garage sales and thrift stores. So now
Yeah.
we're 10 times as much. Yeah. Let's see. Storage units. Yeah. It's amazing what you can pack in a smaller home to a bigger home and say, wait a minute. Yeah.
I mean, that's again my nightmare is the car is part of it, the race car, because there's just, I mean, you got to relate. I got a lift in my garage. Okay, the car is on the lift. I got tools everywhere. I mean, drill. I mean, I'm small next to what you and your son have, but I mean, I have a full size drill press. Table saw, grinders, chop saw on a table. So I mean, your garage goes up really quick, and then all my casting equipment's in there. Most of my lead is in there. I mean, it's a two and a half car. It's 25 by 25 is the garage, and it's like I got such a mess in there. It's like, how did I let this even happen?
Yeah, but to have a lift is awesome.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, but I mean, there was a real need for maintaining, the race car. So,
wow, Patriot Paul has a lift. I'm jealous.
Now the lift, you can bring the car all the way up and walk underneath it, or only to a certain height?
I'm sorry, what? I wasn't listening.
On the lift, can you walk underneath it, or only goes halfway?
With the lift up as far as I can go, I can just stand under the race car.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, it just doesn't, just enough.
Yeah.
It's a 4-post lift, drive on ramp, and it's got this. Has these step on. I don't know what you want to call them, but when you can raise the 4-post and wheels appear, and you can roll it around.
Okay.
Huh.
That's good. That's good to have. Comes handy.
Well, when I bought the house, that was one of the first major things that I spent money on was the lift and then all my power tools.
Right.
And then I got a transmission jack, and I got all these other things in the garage as well. Oil drums, to drain the oil with, and I got all the stuff, and it's like generator for the car when I go racing, and another toolbox along that wall, and it's like
wow, I didn't know Patriot Paul had a race car also. Wow.
Yeah, well, Paul, mine's 9 years has not seen a racetrack because it got too expensive to trailer it. Okay, I mean, it was costing me a 2.5 hour ride into New Jersey, there and back, between tolls, fuel, food, fuel for the race car, nitrous for the race car, entry fees for the track.
Yeah.
It was a $500 a day.
Now, the track you went to New Jersey, was that Englishtown or no?
I never went to Englishtown with my car. I used to go to a small track.
Okay.
Island Dragway. Okay. And the other track I used to go was they closed too now. Damn, I can't even think of the name of it. A little further than Englishtown, but it was a really nice track. And then I would also go to Pennsylvania to Maple Grove.
Okay.
Maple Grove had Super Chevy shows. So when they had a day there, we used to go. And I never had an enclosed trailer, Paul. I had just a open trailer. It's a 79 Camaro. I run it every year, but I don't go to the track with it. I mean, if I put 50 miles on it, driving it up and down the street in a season, it's a lot. So,
right.
But it's like the car's 6 years overdue. Was 6 years? Yeah, 6 years overdue for new valve springs. Because race cars, you change them at least once every 2 years.
Right.
You know, so, you know, it's and the only other track I used to go up to was Sandusky, Ohio, and that was 13 hours, a trailer and a car. It was a great time. We went for 3 days. It was another big show up there once a year, and you know, it was good. You know, good time up there. But I only went there 3 years in a row. But it's a trip. It's taking a lot out of you driving a car that far.
Yeah, they used to have one here in Connecticut in Rocky Hill, but they shut it down because people in the area complained too much noise.
Yeah, well, we had a track. When I had picked the location of my house, I'm 11 miles from the racetrack that was here in East West Hampton. It was West Hampton Dragway. And, are you kidding me? I'd wake up Saturday morning, 6 o'clock. It's like, whoa, what a day this is going to be. Call my friend up that lives 6 miles from me.
Right.
I said, did you look outside yet? He goes, why? I says, I'm going. And he goes, I'll meet you there. And that was it. You know? And because it was that close, and we go and have a, you know, but that was part of the reason where I bought the location of buying my house. It was close to the track, easy to get to.
Yeah.
In other words, like 2 miles to Sunrise Highway, which is a main east-west road, and 11 miles. And you go off, and it's about 2 miles in, and you're at the track already.
Right.
We lost that track. We lost the track. It was always had noise complaints, but what bothered us the most is right next door. In the same grounds, I don't want to like say right next door, but the same exact area,
right,
was a police training range and bomb disposal area, and they were training how to do bombs, and they were blowing bombs up all the time.
Right.
Okay, but they complained about the car racing.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's like people would go, you know, the people that lived 6 miles away were the ones that were complaining in the Hamptons here. Right. If you listen real hard on the wind's blowing this way, you can just hear the cars. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, we had a chance to keep the track, but the guy that actually owned the track was kind of a dirtbag. Okay, a lot of people didn't like him and stuff, but we went there to race anyway. He'd be spiteful towards the races and things, and so when he said enough's enough, he put the property up for sale. And we have a major team here on Long Island, Monte Carlo Paving. Monte Carlo has all kinds of race cars. And they wanted to buy it. He wouldn't sell it to them. And he offered them $2 million more than his asking price.
Right.
And said, nope, this will never be a racetrack again.
That's a shame.
Patriot Paul has a 427 Cobra. I'm guessing
all the cars except the race car and the 427 Cobra. Yeah.
I'm guessing a Mustang, not a Cobra. That's expensive stuff anyway.
Yeah.
Well, 427 Cobra is a different type of car. It's not really a Mustang.
I know. When you first said Cobra, I assumed Cobra. But let's see. West Covina Dodge is here. I'd rather have a Top Fuel racetrack instead of the neighbor kid's basketball hoop. I know. I went through that once. Yes, I went through that once. Yeah.
I mean, my car's nothing crazy. I mean, it's just a 350 in it. It makes about 485 horsepower to the rear wheels. It runs the best I could ever get the car was on motor only was an 11.31. Okay, but the mile an hour was high for the time I was going. It was 126 miles an hour. So we all knew there was tens in the car, but I wasn't going to put any more money into playing with gear ratios and all this stuff.
Yeah, it gets too expensive.
You know, I says it's too much. So for $600, I added a nitrous kit. 75 hit, put me 1090s.
Mm-hmm.
I was happy.
Yeah.
And that's when, after I did the nitrous thing and got into the 10s, I went to the track twice with that. And I said, I upped it to $1.25 hit. I wanted to go just a touch faster.
Mm-hmm.
And I never went back to the track after that. So I had no idea what I was going to get and whatnot. So now I'm not even running on race fuel because that's off the wall expensive.
Yes.
Okay, I go to the airport and get aviation fuel. It's 100 octane, and I add more lead. I add a lead additive to it, and I don't really get on it on the street. I'll open it up, but I don't I'm not full throttled into it.
Right.
You know, just to have a little fun. But you know.
Okay.
Yeah, we used to have a gas station here that used to sell racing fuel.
Wow.
But they took it down. Oh my!
Well, you got to be careful. They call race fuel is 100. It was basically 100 octane LL 100 LL, which is airplane fuel. Okay, and people were saying that's race fuel. My car to run without the nitrous, 104 octane is a minimum. And with the nitrous, I shouldn't run less than 110 octane. So, and that stuff right now is like, God, I haven't bought it in years. When I went, the last time I went at the track, it was $7.50 a gallon, and that was 10 years ago.
Right.
And a can of race fuel used to be $50-$60 for 5 gallons. Now it's over. Now with the same can is like $110 or something.
Wow.
Now, Julio, they might have stopped racing fuel at your gas station because moms in their minivans were using it. I don't know.
Yeah. No, the last time I remember it being open, I was about maybe 18, 19 years old. The last time I know the gas station was open. Yeah.
Cranky is here. Hey, Cranky.
They put a CVS in this place.
But
yeah, no, that station used to be very, very busy.
Well, something had to happen for that gas station to go.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff. We used to have so many auto parts that deal with high performance. There was one that was called right down the street from the racing gas station there. So the fuel. It was called Presley Auto Parts.
Yeah, I know
if
that.
you wanted to build a dragster, that's the auto parts to go to. I mean, that was just strictly high performance. And everything closed.
Well, we have probably 4 or 5 shops that are catering to the 4-cylinder crowd, and we have about 4 or 5 shops that cater to everything else. And the business isn't the same.
No. Yeah, no. There used to be a place. They used to call them Fairbanks Transmission. It was in Stratford, the next town over from me, and all they did was racing transmissions. And they had this like a bulletproof glass shield, and they had a huge motor, a big block with a blower on it, and they test all the transmission. If it blows, it'll blow inside there, and they did everything. I mean, it was amazing. Everything shut down in the same time. Those auto parts shut down, the place that sold the fuel shut down. It's like everything's changed. It was a shame.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have tremendous turnouts at car shows. So the cars are still around, okay, but they've gone into mostly the car shows, and then there's a certain amount of them that got into the street racing scene, which I don't do that. Okay, I'll open my car up for me, not to race anybody.
Yeah,
and I have a place where I do it under certain situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's controlled because there's no side streets entering. From where I launch is the side street, and
Right.
to the where I shift. I full into a first gear, second gear, shift third, take my foot off the gas, and I'm already, I'm doing over 100 miles an hour already.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then within another couple of 100 feet, the first side street comes, and there's a traffic light there. So I
Right.
can't go that fast if I can't stop at that light. So
Yeah.
I just open it for me a little bit. But I don't race people on the street, although my car's in a movie from street racing, but it was
Mm-hmm.
a closed environment on the street. They
Right.
permit to do it and everything. And, so I'm in a movie, which is the fun part when I went racing and I went out of state and I
Uh-huh.
went to, even I went to Englishtown to watch the races, but I never raced there.
Yeah.
They had some stupid policies that I just didn't want to deal with the hassles.
Right.
And when they have a real event, not these little events type things, but the real events where there's like a Super Chevy show or an actual national, event or something,
Mm-hmm.
and all the booths are set up. There's a video booth that's always set up, and they have like 15 TVs going, playing all these racing movies. So my second year at Maple Grove, I was walking, taking a break, walking around, and I'm at the video booth and I'm looking, and the video of my car in it is on the screen. So I asked the guy, I says, "Can I get the remote for that?" He goes, "Why?" I said, "My car is in that video." And he goes, I says, "Go to 51 minutes and let it play right after the girl with the green Porsche." Says, "I'm right after that, the silver Camaro."
Right.
And the crowd that came around where I was to see this part of the video, and it's, "Oh man, that's cool, play it again." So we rewound it and played it again. "Is that car here?" And I go, "Yeah." I'm telling them where my car was, and they bought every copy of the video the guy had, and they all came down to my car for me to sign it.
Uh-huh.
It was such a great time, and people would, like, I'd race and I'd come back and they'd go, "Wow, man," and they were just loving it because it was like a piece of history in their hands.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So and many people recognize the car when I used to go to the track from that video. So I had many days of that video booth being at different locations,
Mm-hmm.
and people, putting that video on and stuff. So it was very entertaining for me to deal with the people. And over the years, I've been in every magazine except Hot Rod.
Oh, okay.
It's almost impossible to get into. You got to have like a something very unique, or something that is just maximum chromed out or whatever. A real money car.
Yeah.
And, so I wasn't in that. I was on 3 different calendars, race car calendars and stuff. So I have had my 15 minutes of fame many times. It always felt good.
That's good. The magazine was one of them. Was called Carcraft. You was on that one or no? Carcraft, yeah.
Let's see. I think I still have that magazine right here on my desk. In my desk drawer, I have them all here. Let's see. This is the thing.
Those are magazines that you don't even see anymore.
Now, this car, I don't know if I can get it on here.
Yes.
That's Hot Rod. That's my picture. I took that picture.
Oh, okay.
My friend's car.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I have videos of that car, and if that's what got him in Hot Rod.
What's that, like an 80-something Trans Am? Or?
Great. What did he call it? Yeah, I think it's an 80 Formula when they had the Chevy motor in the Pontiac. That's the one he bought. Okay. And I think this is him again in a Pontiac magazine. This is before. These are before. Andy, beautiful, and don't forget. Yeah, he's in Pontiac magazine. But this car wasn't pulling wheel stands like that at that time. Now here's my car craft. I'm actually in a centerfold in Carcraft. They did a first time ever.
Wait. Were you wearing nylons like?
No, the car.
You didn't do a Joe Namath pose? I could see that, Andy, with your wig. Oh my gosh. All right.
I don't know. I'm in here somewhere. It's I was a read a ride section, okay, and the editor of the magazine loved the year Camaro I had, the 79, and I sent him all these pictures and gave him the story of the car, and he says he liked my car so much that they did something new in the magazine, and and when I see the magazine, he said, "You won't believe, ouch! You won't believe the deal." And I said, "Okay, I can go with that." And he said, "So I'm waiting." He says, "Okay, it's in this issue coming." He says, "We're sending you a copy. You'll have it before the newsstands." And when I had to go to when I finally got to the newsstand, I had to buy. What did I buy? Let's see. I bought every copy they had at 2 different stores, and I was giving them to all my friends, autographing them and stuff. So it was a lot of fun. And he says, when I opened the magazine, of course, now I'm turning page for page looking for it. I'm expecting a half-page thing because that's what they normally did. And I'm just looking through something else. I'm in another magazine. I just don't know where the picture is. It's actually a catalog. So I was in catalog. My car was in the catalogs. They had I got to go find a page, but let's see. There's the car. This is an exhaust company. I use their stuff. So it's more Readers Ride Live, Carcraft. That was live video on Carcraft's website. I mean, it was a good time.
So did the exhaust company sponsor you or?
No. Well, I bought one exhaust from them. And then as I was playing and learning more and whatnot, I was experimenting. I bought another exhaust from them and talked to the guy on the phone. I say, hey, this is, he says, well, what kind of car? I talking to the guy on the phone. He says, I said, would you be interested in maybe using my car in one year? Okay, I was looking for the Carcraft magazine. I found it. Okay, and he says, well, send us a couple of photos maybe. And they used it. So they were about to print the new catalog, so I caught it just in time. So, so I got in there. Let's see, is this in this one? So that was basically, it was again a lot of fun, And my friend with the white Firebird, we were the competition who got into more magazines. He got on the cover of Hot Rod, which he's in Hot Rod, but he made the cover on top of it. Okay. But I'm in 2 magazines that they didn't want his car. So kind of, I said, I don't understand why. He says, I don't know. He says, I'm in all these magazines, a Hot Rod car, and they didn't want to put my car in there. Maybe they have something against Hot Rod. So, but it was loads of fun. Damn, I got all these magazines. Why am I not finding my car in it? But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Just being published was a great deal. I would just send pictures off, and I got lucky a few times. That's all it was. And so I had my few minutes of fame. Okay, so. And again, a lot of people knew my car, so that was, And even now and then when I'm at a car show, somebody will come up and say, "Wasn't your car in a movie?" And you go, "Yeah, I thought that was this car." So I still get recognition for it, which is, I think that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That is cool.
Yeah.
I've never been published, but I was in a commercial when I was a little kid, and they just wanted some kids in the aisle. I was picking up candy or something. It was a commercial for a store, and they just wanted us to pick out candy, and that was it. I think I was 5 or 6 years old. I wish I had the footage. That'd be awesome. Let's see. What was I? Oh, Thorzax is here, and I wanted to get back to Patriot Paul because he was talking about a Cobra. Are you talking about a Shelby Cobra replica you had? Because those are awesome. I always wanted one, but you know what the prices are on that. And
Oh yeah.
I almost bought a Sunbeam Tiger once with a 289. I would have loved that. And my dream car is an Austin Healey 106 with the full down windshield, which the Cobra copied that body style, or Ferrari, whatever. All right.
Yeah, it's
those road runners are nice.
Yeah.
What James used to have, you rarely see those things around.
Yeah, the first car that I actually purchased in 1972 was a 1970 Plymouth Cuda Hemi. That was my first car.
Yeah, James was wondering, didn't you have a Hemi? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm saying on my first, the Cuda I had. And that sucker, I paid, it was used car. It only had 8,000 miles on it. I paid like $3,200 for it.
Oh.
Had it 3 months.
Oh.
Brought it to a shop. Had the motor pull out and had it worked. It was putting out 1,000 horsepower. Back in the day, though, that's the 1,000 horsepower then is like 500 horsepower today. The difference in technology to get the wheels and stuff. And I couldn't get that car to go faster than a 10.0 to save my life.
Yeah, but you know what that car is worth?
Please.
Okay.
If I told you what happened in 1974 or 5, I'm trying to remember. The gas prices were off the wall. We had the odd and even days and all that stuff, and I could only run the car in Sunoco 101. Remember Sunoco? That was real race fuel. Sunoco 101. Okay, I could only run it on the street. At the track, I had to run 115 octane. Okay, yeah. And I was in where I lived in Almont at the time. And there was always the challenge of who's the fastest street car.
Oh, crazy.
Okay. And I had gone down to what they call Connecting Corners, which is in Queens. It's not that far into Queens. But Friday nights was drag race night. They closed the road down, and people were coming in with trailer race cars and racing for money. Okay. But to race there, they would put you in a class, and to work your way up to the fastest car that was there, you'd have to get through everybody in that class, okay, and keep going. It was like it would take you 30 races. If you won 30 races, then you get a shot at the guy that was the top dude. And every time I went down there, I just said, I'm only going to give it enough to win the race. And so I was beating everybody, and I said, look, I want a shot at the new guy, the big guy. I said, I'm just wasting my time here. So, well, how fast does your car go? I says, you're not going to find out till I race the big guy because everyone else is definitely slower than me. I'm not laying into it all the way. And I says, yeah, obviously, because you keep beating everybody. And so they said, we'll put you up against the top guy in your class, okay? And if you beat him, then you'll get a shot at the fastest street car in the area. So I went in and I beat him. So it was 2 weeks away to race this guy because I have to get my car ready. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so 2 weeks come. There's a crowd like you wouldn't believe. There's people betting money left and right on the race and stuff. Okay, and I said, I got to go all in. And this guy is pulling in on the trailer. I drove there. I mean, it's a street car to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And I had my slicks on the car and stuff, but I drove there. It's only like 5 miles away.
Right.
And everybody's racing, and they're saying, okay, for the main event, and they're lining us up, and I just laid into it. I beat him by a car and a half. So I took King of the Hill for 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay. And the only reason why I lost was because I couldn't show up that night. So I lost by default. Okay. And I don't know if I would have beat him and the other guy or not, because it was a newer car that earned his way up the title, but he barely beat the guy that was under me.
Mm-hmm.
So, but so I held it for a while. And again, back in the day, we had this girl driving around in a pink Corvette that was all souped up, and she had a plaque made on the back bumper.
Mm-hmm.
If you can beat me, you can eat me.
Yeah.
It was a common known car. I mean, it was known in a lot of areas.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't live up to the song. She lost.
Okay, I got to mention something for Pat here. He said he knew a guy with Sunbeam Tiger, the Get Smart car.
Mm-hmm.
And as a teenager, I passed up the guy because he wanted like $3,000 for it. And you know what they are now.
Mm-hmm.
289 engine. And anyway, Pat, someday I'm sure in a chat I mentioned the story where my Mustang with the 289 overheated on the floating bridge while I was helping a damsel in distress. And Uncle John had tickets for the concert waiting for me. I'm trying to get home for a concert after work. And I left my car running in the middle of a floating bridge in Seattle. And it's hot out. And everyone's pissed off because her car was holding up traffic. It's only 2 lanes one way, or each way. I go over the side and grab cups of water because hers overheated. And I go over the side of this bridge. They had maintenance ladders. I'm down on, getting water off the bridge, climbing back up. And I get her car going. And she says, thank you. And she takes off. My car dies, overheated. I was idling the whole time. And everyone thought it was me. And now they're all giving me the finger as they're going by in traffic. Oh, my gosh. Sean remembers we had Jackson Browne tickets. And I missed the Jackson Browne concert because I helped a damsel in distress. So there's the quick story on the 289 motor in the hot weather. All right, let me get
James, I know the feeling. The same thing. I was in races. I mean, I'm out in Maple Grove. It's a 4.5, 5 hour ride, and it's like, and Sunday's getting rained out, and they're going to do it Monday. Well, I'm on my way home Sunday. I don't have another day off, so I couldn't go into the final. I was made it to the final, not the finals, but the last 6 or whatever races, and I couldn't go either. So I know it's still, even if it's a simple race, I can't. You can't. It still hurts.
By the way, Uncle John is here, but he doesn't show up on the side chats.
Oh, that still doesn't work, huh?
No, he can reply to my videos now, but he can't do the live chat.
That's strange.
Yeah, I know. Chessboard is here. Anyway, that story about the 289 always brings back memories, son of a bitch. And everyone thought it was me that held up traffic, and they were pissed. They wanted to kill me. Yeah.
289, those were good engines. You couldn't kill those things.
Oh, I love small blocks. I'm not a huge big block guy because of gas. I like small blocks. They're efficient. They handle better. I always like 289s, 283s, maybe a 350, whatever. But yeah. 327.
Mm-hmm.
But 289, to me, 289 and 283s were Chevy's and Ford's greatest little motor to get you around in a Mustang or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
289 and the 283 Chevy. And the other dumb killer engine that really in its time was the Chrysler or the 225
the slant six.
six.
Those things you couldn't kill.
You couldn't kill. I mean, you could pour sand in with the oil and it'd still run okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then all straight sixes are like tractors. They run forever.
Yeah.
But that was a unique design. And I had a friend that had I can't tell you the year, 67, 68. I don't know. There's a Dodge Dart with that 225 in it.
Yeah.
He had it. It worked and had a 4-barrel and headers on it and shit. And he used to run high 11s with that little thing.
And then Buick proved that a V6 or a 6-cylinder can kick ass with Now, okay, Cranky mentioned electric cars. They smoke the crap out of everything now because they're fast. They got torque and they're fast. Yes, they are. However, is it the same feeling? No.
Mm-mm. Nowhere's near it.
Not the same feeling.
No.
They're obsolete. Tesla. Here he is. Cranky. We're not
but a Tesla can't pull the front wheels.
Or you can't go 500 miles. You can't stop at a gas station and fill up real quick. Yeah.
No, you can't do nothing with that.
Yeah. However, they are fast. My uncle-in-law has a Tesla, and that thing, he's got the deluxe, and that thing is smoking fast.
You want a smoking fast car? The Toyota, what's that hybrid that they have? Oh, God. I can't think of the name of the car. It's a small little thing. And anyway, one of the guys at work has it. And that thing will smoke almost anything on the road. Okay. I mean, it's the power that it makes. You can't, you got to understand. Let's see, the torque and horsepower the torque is instant. Okay. That's the thing. In other words, it's rated out at 400 foot-pounds of torque. The moment you hit the gas, you have 400, or we shouldn't say gas, but the electronic foot pedal. The moment you slam that to the floor, you got 400 foot-pounds of torque.
Wow.
It's like, that's why those things are killers. They got a ton of torque.
Rollis is here. Hey, Rollis.
I think personally, they're pushing to get electric cars out, but then you have the oil companies in a way that they know they're going to lose a lot of money.
But what do you think they closed the pipelines for? And they stopped drilling all this stuff to promote this green. It's like you pushed it too hard too soon. The cars they're not ready.
No.
Yeah, we're not ready yet. We don't have the electrical infrastructure. Yeah. Even when they went to the Tesla fill-up stations, half of the things didn't work. Quick charge, California and those places. We're not there yet.
Those things are fire starters. That's what they are.
Yeah. Give me gas. Rollis is here. Good to see you. He likes the big blocks. Yeah, they're okay in the bigger cars, but in the smaller cars, they put a lot of weight out there. Over those front two tires, and it's not the same as a smaller one that's souped up.
No, I know guys that put big blocks in a Chevy Vega.
Yeah.
They got to beef up the front end to hold that weight.
Yeah, my stepbrother was using a company car, 454. You couldn't even change the spark plugs. Vegas station wagon with slicks on the back. Just this, it was a promotion for their business, the car parts company.
Yeah, you had to leave the the inner fender wells out because they were in a way.
It wasn't practical at all. At all. No way was it practical.
The electric, I mean, the idea is sound, but it's not designed for anybody that's driving distance.
No.
Okay. And that's the biggest thing they didn't take into consideration.
No.
Even everybody, there's three people at where I work that own electric cars, 2 Teslas and one, whatever that Toyota is like.
Yeah.
Okay. And
the Prius,
that's it. Okay. And this is his 3rd Prius. He loves them. Okay. But you know, it's not but the Teslas, they're unbelievably fast. Right. But one guy at work, he lives 60 miles away. He comes to work in the Tesla. They put a charging station in for him because his distance is 80 miles.
Right.
So he gets 80 miles on a full charge.
And Patriot Pole, okay, the 427 Cobras. Once you got like over 120 miles an hour, that front end is just catching air. You know what I mean? And it didn't work out well if you're going past that, you know, as far as NASCAR or whatever. Not NASCAR, but you know what I mean. When the big Dodges and Fords were kicking ass,
right?
They had to even change the back windshield, the back windows, and everything for aerodynamics. What were the Daytonas and stuff like that were kicking? Yeah.
The Dodge had that Barracuda, you know, that thing had a big block. But, you know, once they start going, that nose is up in the air, you know?
Yeah, it was just, that was the problem with the Cobra was aerodynamics. That front mount caught everything. Yeah. But most of us aren't driving that fast anyway. So, yeah. Production Guinness were until, then they came out with what was that car when they went against the Ferraris and kicked their butt for a couple years. The aerodynamic rear engine. What was that car called? Not the 500. What was it called? Anyway. Just give me a slow Austin Healey that looks cool with a fold down windshield and I'm good. Or the other one, the Get Smart car.
Machine guns behind the front headlights and oil dumping, back tail, you know, smoke screen. Yeah, that was, get me one of those.
That was an Aston Martin. Yeah.
The James Bond cars, the things they came up with were pretty cool.
Yeah. And the Israelis did some James Bond stuff. And believe it or not, I don't want to bring up politics. The Israelis have been kicking butt. And believe it or not, all these other countries are celebrating now, okay, that Hamas is almost gone. You know,
they just took out another leader this week.
Everyone but Iran is celebrating. So all the countries, these guys had control of the cities. They're out there they're out there right now celebrating in the streets, which is amazing. So they know their leaders are gone. That's amazing. This is historical here.
Patriot crosses the GT40.
Yeah. Okay.
What's the rear engine?
Yeah. Okay, they were GT40s. Why did I say 500s? Anyway, they went after Ferrari and they kicked butt for a couple of years. So, yeah. Michael Schreiber's here. Schreiber. Schreiber? No.
Yeah.
Help me out. Is it Schreiber or Schreiber? Hey, Michael.
It has an N on it. So Scribner? Scribner?
Spell it out for us, Michael. Help us out.
Scribner?
Yes.
That's why I like Steve McQueen. He got out there. He had a broken foot from a motorcycle race, and he's racing those things. And he lasted all that time. And I think he played third place or something in one of them. So that's why I like Steve McQueen. You know, he loved that stuff. And his leg was messed up, and he had to work the throttle and clutch. Scribner.
Yeah, that's I think it's pronounced Scribner.
Did I say it right then? I don't know. I have problems with weird. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, right now he split it.
Scribner. Scribner. A before E.
Yeah, so I would say Scribner. Scribner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah.
Sorry I butchered your name again. All right.
All right, almost that time. Be back in a minute.
Hey, I'm just happy to see Julio doing good on the live chat again. That's awesome. Everyone's glad to see you, Julio.
That's good, yeah. I figured I was down and said, yeah, let me go say hi.
So
I was here earlier was cooler.
Since you haven't been shooting, have you done reloading or anything? Like
I started. My bench is a mess.
So
I started some doing some 38 specials with 200 grain bullets.
Oh, okay.
I started doing that, and I pushed it to the side. I got some brass for the 400 Legend. I got some brass for that recently. I got a mold also. No rifle yet, but
okay. So that's
little by little, yeah. The money's a little tight, you know.
So that's your next firearm then, a 400.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get a bolt action. I don't want to do an AR. Yeah.
Yeah. Good choice.
What caliber?
400 Legend. I already got a mold for it. It was 260 grain, I think it is.
You have brass yet?
Yes, I got brass already. Yeah.
That means you got to buy the rifle. So.
Yeah, the rifle is next.
So, did Lake City have the brass, or what kind of brass?
No, I got it from oh my, what was the place? They were there on Once Fired. I think it's from Diamond or something like that.
Oh, Diamond K Brass.
I think that's where I got it from.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
And it was 100 pieces, I think it was.
Pat is trying to bring back old memories. Did you finish the kitchen?
Oh yeah, that's been done. I got everything done, the painting and everything. And once I got done, that's when I started getting sick. So it was just a good timing.
And what's great about that is when you go through hell on a remodel like that, you forget all about it when it's done.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That the problem is you want to do another remodel and you're like, wait a minute, don't I remember what happened last time?
I have our bedroom to do, but that's on hold.
Yeah.
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 I have somebody now even cutting the grass for me because My wife doesn't want me to do it, neither my daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not good to get that shit up your nose when you got it.
Yeah.
Mother of all bombs, largest what?
Huh.
I don't know what Vanessa's talking about right now. The big 3 miles from Moab, Utah.
Well, that's the name of the bomb. It is actually called Mother of All Bombs.
Yeah, they had the mother of all bombs, which is the biggest non-nuclear bomb.
Mm.
They set that off, what, 3 years ago on somebody? I don't know, somewhere.
And that's the name of it?
Yeah, it's just a big ass bomb without being nuclear. Without being nuclear, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel there's no need for nuclear, you know. Back then they used bombs and they did a decent job.
Well,
now,
Israel is doing it right. It's all intelligence, okay? They got some of the best intelligence out there, and they're strategically took out all their leaders. Now they just have apprentices, basically. You know, they have no clue. And the people that live there are like, hell yeah, get these people out of my country, you know. And they're happy. If you look online, they're all out in the streets celebrating that they took out these bad guys out of their own countries. So that's really good. There could be a really good peaceful settlement coming out of all of this.
Well, they're worried about more pager and walkie-talkie bombs.
Well, the only one left is Iran. Iran was running the whole thing, you know, and that's all that needs to be taken care of. I don't know if the Israelis want to take on all that right now, but at least they fought back, you know,
right,
and they did it right. All intelligence that they just. They owned them with the pagers and then strategic bombings of the leaders. They couldn't. The last one he got, they couldn't use pagers, so they had to have a meeting, and boom, they knew where they were and took them right out. It's all intelligence. They're the. I think they're better than we are as far as intelligence. Yeah, I think they're better.
Well, I don't know that they're better than we are.
They are good.
But the bullshit that's going on with Trump and not being able to protect this man, okay, that's all bullshit. Okay, they know what's going on. They're just not doing anything about it. They're letting it happen.
They don't want him in there. He doesn't go.
There was something online the other day that they found out that through Mexico, 7 large but person fireable missiles came into the country, and the plan is to take out Trump's plane.
Wow.
They announced that
Trump Wednesday. After Congress did their investigation, Trump got a briefing on certain countries that want him gone. And I don't want to say the A word,
yeah.
And one of them's Iran.
Yeah.
Of course, because he wants to get all their money and stop this stuff.
Right.
We got to protect him we got to protect that guy. He should hire his own guys. But I just saw where he entered a store. He's doing campaigning. I think it was, where was it? In New Jersey? I don't know. When I looked in the background outside the store, there was military guys out there, fully, you know. So that is a good sign. He doesn't have crappy security right now. And there's some better people out there because I saw military guys out there. He went into a little deli store or something and visited, and you can see outside they backed the car in,
Mm,
because I could see there's buildings they could shoot down from. And
right.
then they had guys in vests, all military gear, walking around checking things out. So that's an
Mm,
improvement. I don't know if it's his guys or Congress is supposed to give him better security now. Same with RFK. He never had any. So
mm,
that's good.
right.
Yeah, that and Andre D'Angelo, he commented to surface-to-air missiles coming across the border.
Yeah, well,
That's what the story was about.
Mm,
yeah, well, the border is wide open. There is a video. I don't think any of you guys seen this. There's a video where one guy, maybe two guys, they're climbing over the fence on the border, and there's a
mm,
spot where the razor wire is
mm-hmm.
missing, and so they're climbing up, and the one guy goes out. He's a regular guy in Texas or whatever, and he's like, no, and he starts throwing rocks at him and stuff, and he said, "You're not
Wow.
coming over here today." There was no one to help or anything, and
Yeah.
it's all on camera. I watched that video. And they backed off, and 30 of them or 40 of them, they ended up leaving because he was persistent. And he said, "You're not coming over here on my spot."
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was like, if everyone did that, on their property,
Mm-hmm.
and it was the actual wall they were climbing up, they had a little cable thing,
Yeah.
Right.
and the razor wire was missing on the other side, a patch like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not today, it's not happening. And he's
Mm.
just like this redneck, beer belly guy. And he actually got rid of him by himself without a gun. And I'm like, where's your gun, dude? Yeah. So anyway, he fended him off for the day at least.
Yeah.
And I thought that everyone was like, America. Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna bail out. I'll sit in the side chat another 5 minutes and off
All
I go.
righty.
Julio, good to see you.
All right. Same here, Andy. Good night.
Good night.
All right. Good night, Andy. Have a good one. Yeah, I didn't know he had a lift. How easy to oil change.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
I'd love to have a pit or a lift. I'm
Yeah.
thinking
This-
dig a pit in the tractor and just pull over somewhere. And
Yeah, there's a guy down the street, like probably say 10 houses down. They did the garage. It was big. It's a 3-bay, and then in arches like this, where the arch is at is where the lift is at, so they could bring the vehicle way up and walk underneath it. And the size is just regular.
nice.
Yeah, so I figured that's the highest point. Well, very nice shop.
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, Scotsman is here. Hey, Scotsman. Yeah, my cheapest way to do it is get the tractor and get the backhoe, dig a hole, put a plate over it, somewhere in the ground somewhere, and I can do
Right.
oil changes and maintenance.
Yeah,
Check the rear end and all that stuff, and do it that way. That's the cheapest for me. Those
yeah,
lifts, yeah.
yeah. I know somebody might had a pit done, and that was very nice. He pulled transmissions out of that pit and everything. He just, you have everything marked and make sure you don't fall into the hole.
Yeah, I was gonna do like some dig the hole, cement blocks with cement filled,
Right.
and then put a steel plate on top
Mhm.
in case someone backs in over it.
Right.
It's going to be in the turnaround spot anyway.
Yeah.
But when we do a shed, I'm thinking we do when they lay the cement,
Mm-hmm.
they do the pit with stairs, just
Right.
like the quickie lube, and
Yeah.
that'd make my life so easier.
Oh yeah, much easier. Oh yes.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
So that's going to be one of our priorities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They used to put jacks down and into the pit. They raise up the car. They got to do wheel tire changes. Brakes, lift it up through there. It was so useful. The actual pit. It was nice. Nice, set up nicely.
Scotsman, you want to come on here? I'm putting links down if anyone wants to come on. Otherwise, I was thinking short chat anyway, but I don't know what Pat's doing and the rest of you guys. I would like to hear more about Patriot Paul's cars. Hey, Rollis is here. Hey, Rollis.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, good evening. How are you?
Let me get the focus a little better. So what's up, guys?
I'm doing good. You?
So, give me 1 second. Susan's watching on the TV, and I'm getting too much echo. I'll be right back. Hey, could you turn that down just a hair?
Now, Julio, think Halloween. You never missed one.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
We got to keep the tradition, Julio. All right.
I'm not putting a witch's nose on.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my favorite is the witch's nose. Yeah, I love the witch. Oh, we got Pat here too. Here we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, Pat, how are you?
Doing all right. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound far away though.
You're a little light, but we can hear you. Now, Rollis, weren't you just painting some guns or something?
I put together I got like 3 projects going at one time.
Okay, that was the video I saw. The bolt action.
Yeah, the bolt action. I'm actually editing the video for that one. It's done. Now I just got to take it from an hour and a half down to like 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then I have 22 arc that I'm getting ready to put together. What you saw me paint was the lower for that 22 arc.
Okay,
it was just an arrow precision lower I painted a couple months ago, and I decided to order a Unitah precision bolt action for the to bolt up to it. Yeah, so and then depending on how well that works out, I'll probably paint the upper and just I like to paint stuff. So.
Yeah. Hey, it's about time you get the cup gun out and get some, and buy some Cerakote or whatever. I use gun coat a lot, but it's really easy. And then you don't have to. You do have to get different colors and stuff. I should talk.
I know it's a little expensive. I like Brownell's aluminide. I mean, it seems to work pretty good. I've done like 3 or 4 guns with it now, so they all come. I have some Krylon that I picked up the other day, same shade, because of the as one that beige wolf coyote. So I'm going to give that a try and just see how well it does. So, but yeah, it just when you try to take a photograph of a black gun while you're wearing your black T-shirt in a dark area, you can't see anything. You don't get any details. I like cameras. I'm a half-assed photographer at best, but I still like pictures of stuff. And I like to take pictures of guns. So might as well have them where you can see what the hell you're seeing.
Yeah.
So, and then, matter of fact, I had one of those painted Hemi orange, and it showed up real nice everywhere. But
I hear you. I finally got a new phone, and I could put it in whatever the highest resolution. And I don't think my free editor will do it. So I'm still 1080p or whatever.
I use CineMaster also, but I go ahead and pay for it. Yeah, but it's like 1080p. It's not up to 4K.
It won't let you do 4K after paying?
No, not yet anyway. I mean, my phone doesn't do 4K anyway, so I don't know.
Okay.
I know, but I think it's my editor because my camera can do 4K, my phone, and my editor won't let me, so I'm still at 1040 or 80, whatever it is.
Yeah, so you're probably going to stay there for at least a little while, even if you do buy it. like I said,
yeah, I go with whatever's easy. I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah. but I think that YouTube is already set for 1080. I don't think it goes any higher. I don't believe.
Well, I've seen people's videos up to 4K on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have. I don't know. I think it's my editor that won't let me do it. Yeah,
That's good to know.
because the camera is awesome when it's turned up, but when I go to upload it, I can't do it that way.
My phone, like I said, it's 1080p right now anyway. So I just bought $200 phones every couple of years and not worry about it. Yeah, just the kid, he buys $1,000 telephones and it's like, why?
Oh, now we're hopping. We got everyone on here. We got 6 on here. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's going on?
There you go.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good. You?
A little bit better.
Good to see you.
A little bit better the last couple of days.
You had surgery yet or no?
Right now, it's just physical therapy, and because the doctors, when they looked, said the issues they saw were not the issues causing it. So
Okay.
they're all they want to do is stick a jab in me, and I ain't doing that. So
Yeah. Yeah, this is to me. They did physical therapy first. They knew that it wasn't going to work, so they had to go do surgery. But there was like a domino effect, you know. Every year was one and one and one, and they ended up damaging a nerve in my right leg. So
yeah, I'm trying to do everything I can do. I bought some certain things to help, especially when I'm walking and stuff like that. And it seems to be working. So hopefully that combined with the physical therapy will help. So that's what we're hoping.
Yeah, they just dropped me back to 1 visit a week, at physical therapy. I was going 3 times a week and then 2 times a week, and now I'm down to 1 time a week. So I'm doing better, just keeping up with physical therapy. But I got a doctor's coming up here pretty soon, and I'm just getting ready for the pitch, because he talked to me last time about putting an artificial shoulder in me, and I was like, I'm not doing that.
Oh, no.
No, because, unless it's a last resort thing, to keep your arm moving. I mean, I can see it, but when they put metal in you, and no matter how many times they tell you, well, yeah, you can't feel it and all that stuff. No, you feel it. Exactly. It's like the screws that they put through your bones and everything. You can feel all them. I mean,
especially in the cold. When it's cold, you do feel it.
Oh yeah. I spent winter with that thing, man. I had that hardware in me, and I'm going to tell you what, man, what a difference. That's the first thing that when I woke up after surgery and they took that out, that's the first thing that I noticed, that I didn't have that low intensity of ache in my arm, or it was gone. And I was like, oh man, that feels good. Just getting that foreign object out of my body, man, it made all the difference in the world. So I'm not going to sign up for any type of shoulder replacement stuff. And it's just, if you can afford to just put up with the pain the way it is and your joint is the way it is, just do that. Because going the other route, it sets you back. You're going to have to start all over again.
I got screws, I got rods, I have the cage, I got wires in there.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah.
And that's if they do it right. If they screw it up, then you got all kinds of extra issues.
Yeah, and it'll last the rest of your life. It's not something that, it's not something that's going to be change anytime soon. It's something that
that's why I'm trying to avoid it as best as possible.
Well, I gave you the best advice, man. when you first started going down this road. They're going to be sharpening up the old knife and running the steel right in front of you, saying, "Yeah, we can fix that." Dude, man, don't.
Yeah,
just,
no.
Yeah.
You know, let it go for a little bit. I didn't have a choice because, you know, I mean, you could see by, you know, the scans and the X-rays and everything that, man, my arm was all busted up. I mean,
Right.
it was really bad.
Yeah, I got a second opinion this coming Friday. So
That's good.
So anyway, the last chat I was on that through live streams, you know, I'd always lose signal, blah, 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 blah. And it just got so frustrating. Well, I kept working back and forth. This is just something new that, you know, happened last week. Monday, they were supposed to come out and check the lines in the house, outside, and check my modem. They emailed me back with this cover letter again that says that they resolved the issue at their office. If they have any more complaints, then, you know, or I have any problems with performance, to go ahead and call them back. You know what? My internet was still as screwed up as it always been, even after that, you know, and that was Monday. So I got mad and just said, hey, you know, I ain't going to carry this for the rest of the day. And I kind of let it go. The next, I called him up, and I wasn't nice. I wasn't nice about it at all. I told him flat out. I just said, okay, CenturyLink, I'm officially informing you that I'm exercising my option as a consumer to contact the Telecommunication Consumer Protection Agency. And I'm going to send them all the emails, which there are 24 of them, that I have dealt with this problem that you haven't resolved. And from now on, I'm giving them the authority to look into this matter, and you will have to manage it with them and not with me. 3 hours they had a guy here. And 3 hours they had a guy here with his machine and everything, checking out everything. And then, sure enough, it was the modem. He checked the lines in the house. I was kind of worried about it, but it worked good. Lines in the house are working good. Line outside working good. He says, but I haven't seen a modem like this in the last 12 years. So he just kind of shook his head.
All right, let me cut Pat off for a minute.
Yeah. That's getting medieval with that over there.
He's over there doing
With this shit, man. Yeah.
Pat, are you done, Pat? No.
making my back hurt just looking at you spinning all over the place.
Yeah, he's saying something now, but I don't know what he's saying.
You're muted. Pat, you're muted.
I muted him. I muted. I'm sorry, Pat. I muted him. Okay. Are you okay
He's
now?
muted
Pat?
again.
You were struggling.
Pat, you're still muted.
Oh, let me unmute.
There you go.
No.
Can you guys hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that was a struggle. Pat, cat. Where's the cat?
Looked to me like you went and looked at that thing or whatever you were doing. The look on your face, Pat, was like, you and me are going to have this discussion for the last damn time. You're right. I am done screwing with you.
Okay, I want to say Garage Guy is here and Dale is here. Good to see you guys. Sorry I haven't got there. Okay.
And you guys should come on. I mean, Jim is paying for Streamyard now, so there's room for 3 more of you fuckers.
Yeah. You're still a little light on the microphone, Pat.
All right, I'll work on it.
All right.
Yeah.
Just don't do this.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like you're in a closet or something.
Yeah.
Ah.
You got the door closed. Open the door.
Yeah.
Let me put another link down here. All right.
Hey, is that what they still have you doing at work there, Scotsman? Is driving the fork truck?
I'm still on light duty. I still do jobs. There's just certain things I'm not doing right now.
Mm.
like die changeovers inside the press and stuff like that. I'm not climbing inside the press or anything.
Okay.
Benny, come here.
Anything where I got to twist or turn or lean over a lot, stuff like that, I ain't doing it.
Oh, good girl. I'm going to use Minnie as a prop. Okay. This is Pat. Well, what's going on with the microphone? All right.
Watch out, that cat will take your eye out.
How'd that pussy taste?
She's not happy with me right now. She looked over, she got away, and she said, I ain't playing your games. No. All right. Pat, that was funny, Pat. That's what I love about the chats. Cat, Pat. All right.
You know, the funny part was that we were just talking about, you know, cars and being down on the rack and having to reach up in there, you know, and screw around with something, and you get that look on your face like, I'm going to have the last word in this no matter what, you know. That's exactly the way he looked. It was pretty good. So we were just talking about situations like that.
Oh, there's nothing like cussing at a car when you're pissed. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You heard what I wrote. The best modification I ever seen was this old Dodge that a friend of mine had, and he punched a hole through the rear seat, and we took a cooler and you'd fill it up with ice and put a cake back there, and then you had the beer tap stick out of the back seat. You can drive down the road, get yourself a beer. It was awesome, man. It was a party car like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, that was back in the day, man.
Hey, Rollis, do you like vintage cars, or do you have good memories of
Well, I've had a couple vintage cars simply because I was dirt poor and that's all I could afford.
Yeah, me too.
Like I said, that 454 big block, it was in a pickup truck, and we're not going to get into all the details of it, but I damn near killed myself in it, and it cost me a little bit of money to fight that particular one. But yeah, I mean, last week, matter of fact, guy had a really nice Corvette, late 60, early 70s era, down on one of the main roads just down the from where we're at. And I'm just sitting there staring at, like, it could have been a girl in a bikini. I wouldn't have been staring any harder at it. Just like, and the guy just sitting there being cool. You have one of these numbers where he just like, he knew what he had. He knew everybody was looking at him, and he was cool about it. So, but as far as actual vintage cars, I instead of doing mechanicking and stuff like that, I just went and bought a couple new Jeeps, one for Susan, one for myself. They're designed to be rolled over the way people drive around here. She can be T-boned, she can be flipped. The same thing with me. And my Jeep is set up with a Rubicon setup. So there's literally no place in the country I can't go unless it's just like maybe like that. And I just paid mechanics to do what they need to do. If I got to work an extra half hour overtime or whatever, well, what would be the equivalent of overtime? Yeah, I'll do it. I'll let the guys who are really into it. I could tear down a 350 Chevy engine if I had Chilton's book and enough time, but as far as actual mechanicking, just never got too deep into it. Yeah. So I like I said, I'll let other people take care of that while I take a nap or whatever.
Yeah, I hear you. I hate working on cars now. Yep.
Something else I'd like to, my buddy, this is back in the 80s. He had a 70 Zera, 76, 77, two-door Nova with the hatchback, and it was set up pretty nice and overly fast or anything. I wouldn't mind finding one of those. If I could get into it for a relatively decent price, I'd probably jump on that. Just, but yeah, that's about the only classic car I'd be interested in at the moment. of course, the wind will change, and I'll change my mind.
I'm weird. I like the old station wagons, and I had several, and I just loved them. They were awesome. Yeah.
When we were little kids, Dad had a couple station wagons over the years. The old 3-seater, the back seat,
Mhm.
and whatnot. But then by the time 84, 85, like when I was getting ready to graduate high school, that's when the minivans all broke loose. So everybody who needed something like that, they just bought a minivan.
Yeah, that's what killed the station wagon. Yeah. But
Yeah.
I love me some 60s station wagons. I loved them. They were just,
Mhm.
I like El Caminos and Rancheros also, but never could find good deals on those.
Yeah, and when you want to haul something, everything goes nice and flat. You can put sheetrock, lumber. No station wagon holding no problem.
You fold the seats down, or you can hold 8 people, 9, 10, whatever, and take a ride with the kids. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they were cheap, and everyone that owned station wagons took care of them, and they took them on trips, and they were so nice to buy used for $300, and they were in mint condition. Everyone took care of them. That was their family car.
Mm.
That's what was great about the station wagons back then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what I grew up driving on the farm was essentially a station wagon, what you guys would call a station wagon. It was an old Ford estate car. It was exactly shaped like a station wagon.
Mm.
And that was the first car I jumped into and started driving up in the field and spinning around and having fun.
Yeah, when I was a kid, every family had a station wagon and a little sports car, like a Mustang or something.
Mm.
The family went for rides every weekend. They drove all weekend, went somewhere. And that's how it was. And
Yeah.
maybe that's why I liked station wagons.
Yeah.
Dad was very fond of the big old Buicks, and anything that was that Cadillac size, 70s.
Right.
He was always, he always had those, and it's like, when station wagons to those, like I said, his cars were always big ass, of one sort or another.
Yeah, very roomy. You can fit like 4 people across. The same thing with the front, 4 across.
Exactly, and the beer keg, like Thor's was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I would have ever done anything like that.
Pat loved them on date night. Yeah, well, they're basically a little van. You fold everything down, and like Julio said, you can put a piece of plywood in the back,
Mm-hmm.
So you can camp in them, everything. They were so cool. And now they're expensive. If you try and find a late 60s station wagon, they're collectible now.
Mm-hmm.
And they used to be $300 for a mint one with 80,000 miles. That's when I'd buy them, when I was young. I'd buy them with 80,000 miles. They're going to run forever. Everything was nice. Either had a 283 or a 289, depending on what, I don't know what the Plymouths were, the Dodge, but they were so low maintenance. I just missed that. And yes, the minivans took them over.
Yeah, they ride beautifully through potholes and everything. I mean, those things are like tanks.
Yeah, on the freeway, on trips.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And it was so dangerous for the kids if you think about it. You had the little flip out seats in the back, and it was dangerous. As far as seatbelts, no airbags, no seatbelts.
No.
Well,
and that's how we grew up,
Yeah, we survived just fine.
Oh yeah, we turned out okay. We got lucky.
Yeah.
Most of the station wagons were just destroyed in demolition derbies because they were just almost indestructible.
That's where I agree. That's where most of them went because they could rear end and keep going. Yeah.
No, they're built like tanks. They're tough vehicles.
Pat said he had a 68 Fairline. I had a 67. I love that thing. Mine had a 289. I love that thing. It was a Ford 500 Fairlane, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, 67. Then I had a Chevy. I think it was a 67 with a Power Glide and a 283. That thing was awesome. It was mint gold. It was beautiful. It's kind of like an Impala looking thing.
Right.
Oh my gosh, that was a great car. I should have never. Yeah.
Then when they did the Chevelle wagon, oh, that was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
The Chevelle 72,
Oh,
I think it was the Chevelle wagon.
I know, and I always wanted a Pontiac one to make it into a GTO station wagon. Put the different hood on it and the front grille. Yeah. I wanted to do a GTO station wagon also because I had GTOs. Yeah, I miss those. Yeah, the station wagon was the original minivan. And it did more. You could put plywood in the back thing, you know? So,
yeah.
There you go.
Buddy of mine one time called me on Friday. Hey, I need you to come down. I need your help. I'm like, oh, okay. So, yeah, he comes picks me up. I'm there, well, what are we doing? He goes, well, my Impala, we're still in high school. He goes, my Impala had a big-ass two-door one and a lead, or into a hot rod. He's there. The water pump's gone out on it. I'm like, okay, I don't know much about doing engines, but I'll help you. I need to learn how to do water pumps anyways. He's all, no, we're not changing the water pump. We're just changing the engine. Yeah, that the weekend excuse. We got a case of beer, swapped out the engine because his water pump went bad. He just wanted to put the bigger engine in it. And he was waiting for the damn thing to blow up. The engine would never blow up on until when the water pump went bad. He just we swapped out that engine.
And wait a minute, what year? Because water pumps were easy back then.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He wanted to change the engine that weekend. That was the weekend project. We were doing an engine. But it was like 72, 73. I mean, it was one of these big ass Impalas that had the front end bigger than my whole vehicle. Yeah, so, but yeah, we just pulled into the shed, pulled the hood off, and about a day and a half later, we were completely done with it. He drove it to school, that Monday. But it was just, his dad the whole time was bitching. You didn't need to swap out that engine. But he, like you just said. But, it's like he decided we're going to do an engine that weekend, so we did the engine.
I miss how easy it was to work on old cars.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, I don't even want to look.
No.
Yeah.
What would it be, like 4 motor mounts, 12 bolts for the transmission? The hardest part was getting all the exhaust ran and getting all the wiring, getting the wiring and plugs and everything all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the wiring was minimal compared to all the connectors now. Yeah. Yep. I miss station wagons. I want a station. Why do I want a station wagon now? No need. I just want an old station wagon, late 60s. I don't know. I'm weird. That's how I grew up. I miss it. I'll be right back, guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Let me see something. I just found 1957 Ford Country sedan. This is the old school. It's only $23,900. Down here, you can pick up used BMWs for like $8-9 grand. And the body wise, they'll be in perfect shape. They'll have 150, 200,000 miles.
Right.
But I tell people all the time from up home, just fly down here, find a car on one of the corner lots, drive it up. Yeah, and it'll have a perfect body on it. If you're a mechanic, then if they're mechanically inclined,
right?
Yeah, do it that way. But because the truck I had when I moved down here, I bought it up in Elmira, New York. We were doing oil pads at the time, and it was just all Everybody would look at me and they said, "Oh, what part of the north are you from?" Because they could tell just because all the rust on it.
Right.
Fenders were rusting out and everything. And just about the time I had it paid off and I was getting ready to start rednecking it out, this young lady rear-ended me on 295 and totaled out the totaled her car and totaled my truck. So, and of course, I had no other than liability. I had no uninsured motorist or anything. But she was going to get her insurance next month. So it was that was a slight disappointment. So that's when I bought my first Jeep.
So James had a '68 Fairlane wagon too. Yeah, they were great.
Yeah, Ford Fairlane, they make some nice stuff. Anything they did back then was great anyways. Lasted forever.
Oh, I don't know. I'm thinking back. All the cars I ever got wanted to kill me. Like that Nova, I put a 283 in it, and it wanted to swap ends. And the differential hopped on the leaf springs. And it was
they were known for that.
Yeah, and 9-inch front drum brakes. The thing got one stop from 100, and that was it. And, just a deadly car. I mean, just wanted to kill you. A lot of those cars, they just wanted to kill you back then. Now it's like you can steer with one finger and play with your cell phone and drive. Before it was, you took your eye off the road for half a second. You knew the car was going to try to lurch into the center divider just out of spite.
Right.
These modern cars are great, though. They start every time. I don't know how many times you remember when you were growing up and you're late to work and you're out there banging on the top of the carburetor because the Eton seat was stuck overnight.
Yeah.
The fuel additives they were putting in.
That's another thing. I miss 3 on the Tree.
Yes, I remember that.
I liked 3 on the Tree. I had a GMC. I had a 60. I don't know, maybe a 67 GMC minivan, 3 on the Tree GMC 283. Everything worked, and I love that van so much.
You give that to generation today, they'll get confused. Like, what in the world?
Oh yeah, most of them don't know how to drive stick at all, man.
Yeah.
Pat mentioned something that was kind of funny. I remember back in the day when your front end would wear out. Man, you had like that much play. That was nothing. I mean, you go down the road like this, and then all of a sudden, you get like that, and you go like this, and it became natural after a while. You didn't have to think about it. But
I had a Ford van. You had to chase the steering all the time.
When I first came here, I went for a test drive in the car, and it had power steering, and I'm like, what the hell is power steering? I'm like, I'm not used to this. I'm used to wrenching on the steering wheel to turn the damn thing. What is this thing?
Right.
Uncle Jim, I sent you I emailed you a picture of the car that very similar to the one that I grew up driving.
Who did you email?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, we got the email right now, right?
I believe so.
Because you had it backwards? All right,
Yeah.
I'll have to check that. Okay, I'll check that out right now. While we're on the subject, remember the early power brakes where you barely touch them and they'll just skip?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, the early power brakes were way too power, and same
Yeah.
with the steering. You remember, like the '60s Buicks and stuff. When they came out? Oh my God! You tap on that brake and you're going through the windshield.
See,
Yeah.
it's just like Chrysler power steering, man. You could just sit there with one finger and just
Oh yeah.
drive the car.
Yeah, we
That
had a
Chrysler-
Buick that you could use your pinky and turn the steering wheel with your pinky.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that.
yeah.
See,
They,
you people are a bunch of fancy boys. Having cars that actually have brakes that work. Yeah, that's
What are those?
They come out with the power brakes, and then they went way overboard because it was scary. Same with the steering. You barely
Yeah.
touch it. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
I
they
used to have,
yes.
yeah, I used to put my foot on the edge of the brake pedal. But if I put it right in the center like normally, it will lock up instantly. You look like an idiot driving down the road. The brakes locking up. You put your feet on the actual edge of the pedal, it was fine.
Okay, I found it. It wasn't on that email. I have 3, but there you go. There's Scotsman's. So what was this about, Scotsman?
So that's a Ford Estate wagon,
Yeah.
and that's what I grew up driving on the farm.
And this is during the minivan era, I believe. What year was that? 80,
Those were in the 90s.
90s. Okay.
That was the 90s. Yep.
Wow, that's clean.
The one I drove wasn't. It was a true farm vehicle.
Someone explain this to me. For some reason, I have my 2 emails, then I have a Gmail, and that's where it showed up.
Mm.
All right. Let's see. Tin Man is still here. He's back. Yeah. But those early power brakes were scary, people.
Oh yeah,
Scary.
they're very very sensitive.
Yeah, I had a Plymouth Fury 3. Oh, that was scary. And a Buick.
I had a
60 Buick.
Yeah, I had a Buick where it had like an 8-foot nose, and man, the brake it was horrible.
No, I know. It was very touchy.
Mm-hmm.
But then they slowed him down and got it right afterwards.
Right.
Yeah.
I took the niece. She's going to go do her driver's test next Friday. So yesterday, took her about a 50-mile drive just around. And what I was trying to get her accustomed to was taking instructions so that when she's sitting in the car with the examiner, she'll even say this herself. She will not take instruction from another woman. She argued with her mom. She argued with my wife, her aunt, actually great aunt, and stuff like that. So, but she's her when a guy is working with her, she takes instructions well. She follows directions. She doesn't want to argue. So now, one thing that she was not paying attention to was I told her, "Get up the road here at this one county road, make a right-hand turn, and we're going to head back to the house." She took the turn a little. She forgot that braking part, so we wound up, just swinging really wide. We didn't crash or anything. It wasn't overly dramatic, but I told her, "Yeah, you probably won't pass the test like that." But overall, she did okay. But it's just, it was a wild ride for a minute.
Was it a female instructor or male?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what who her instructor will be when she does the test. But like when she's driving with her mother, her grandmother, Susan, my wife, her aunt, well, great aunt. They say do this, and she just argues with them because she's a woman. Yeah, you can't put two women in the same room without them wanting to kill each other.
Well, you better hope it's a male instructor.
Well, yeah, I know, and I do hope it's a male instructor because, like you said, she even says she takes better instructions from a guy, which kind of surprised me. So.
Yeah, we had driving classes in high school, so you could do your whatever, get your credits. And I'm in a Pinto wagon with all the students are in the car because they all got to take turns. And we're in West Seattle, which is steep down hills and steep up hills. And I'm coming down the hill, and it's my turn. And I don't want to ride the brakes. I don't want to ride the brakes. And everyone is clinching. Everyone was clinching. Until I get to the stop sign there. And I don't think I did well on that test. Yeah. It was scary. The teacher had an extra brake, obviously, and he slammed on it.
On the right-hand side.
Right, yeah.
He slammed on that extra brake, and I was like, what? I'm trying to save the brakes. I don't want to wear the brakes. Yeah, ride the brakes. Yeah, didn't do good on that one, that drive. But I made it.
Jim, we grew up in an era. We did. I mean, some of them cars had a back seat that was like a couch, and they had, fold out, cigarette, ashtrays and all that. That's all gone. All that stuff is gone. Golly, you can get 4 people in the back seat.
Yeah. Every car had a little flip-up chrome ashtray in the back. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Plenty of leg room. It was great.
The Cadillacs were the best. They had lights everywhere.
The Cadillacs, yeah.
But they had light bulbs everywhere. So when you go to a junkyard and you get a handful of light bulbs, and they had light bulbs. Everything was. The Cadillacs were awesome. They pimped out those.
They had a cigarette lighter in every door.
Mm-hmm.
You had your separate cigarette lighter in every door. It was, Cadillacs were the shit, dude.
Yeah. All the muscle cars had a little ashtray in the back, a little chrome ashtray. That flipped
built into the seat.
Pull it out, empty it. Yeah. Now you can't even get a cigarette lighter in your car.
Nope.
You can't even get an ashtray. My Volkswagen doesn't even have an ashtray in it.
No, they eliminated all that stuff. Yeah.
They're not cigarette lighter outlets. They're 12-volt outlets for your device,
for your cell phone and shit like that.
Yeah.
Well, my Rubicon and Susan's Wrangler, they have built-in USB plugs everywhere in it for this. Yeah. But in some ways it's convenient because I use them all for different items. Yeah.
The last truck I had a charge and dock station itself, but it never worked.
Yeah, my personal cars have ashtrays. Yep, and wing windows. Well, one has a wing window, the other one doesn't. No.
Yeah, mine has a bunch of USB outlets.
What was that you put up about the Jeep just a minute ago?
Tin Man?
I think.
It was Tin Man, yeah.
I had a straight 6 back in the day too, man. Those things were tanks.
They're tractor engines. I don't care what company made them. All straight 6s lasted forever. Just about.
Yeah, I think mine was a 96 Cherokee. I think it was 92 or 96. I don't remember exactly which year, but it ran great till I drove it for 24 hours straight, and then it decided that it wanted to separate itself from the frame. The engine was the only good part left.
I love the air conditioners. You open the little triangle windows, and that was your AC.
Yeah.
260.
Yeah.
Wing windows, they just cut manufacturing. The wing windows were my favorite. So my truck has wing windows. It could be 90 degrees out. I'll just hit the wings on me and I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
How, Jim? What's the newest vehicle that you own? You know, the one that you can just like put the wife
Me
in,
or the family?
the family. You know, like the wife's car or something. You
The
know,
wife,
something you don't
the
worry
wife,
about.
the wife has a 2010. That's the newest one.
No.
I'm back in the 90s.
Yes.
My
Yeah, I seen that.
vehicles are 1990 and a 1999. And my son's is like a 2000, I don't know. I'd have to ask him, 8, maybe 2006. I don't know. We don't
That's
have
a,
no
yeah.
new.
That's that box looking Honda thing that he went.
The Element,
Yeah.
the Element, which I hated when my mom owned it, okay, and she passed away. And between me and my sister, I said, "Hey, we're gonna buy that because my son, when he was a little kid, he remembers Grandma buying that brand new, and he was the first person to drive in that car when my mom bought it. It's sentimental, like the grandpa thing." And my son absolutely loves that car. And so I told my sister, "This is the value. We're going to buy it. You're not going to, tow it up there or whatever." So we bought the car, and that's my son's car, and that's Grandma's car. She bought brand new, and it's sentimental. And my son absolutely loves it. He was the first person to drive in that car, and she drove him around everywhere. Now he's driving it. And he loves it. That thing has 170,000 miles on it or something now. I don't know. It runs like a top. There's no rust. So it's a good car. Great Honda engine there. Yeah. So that's the story on that. And I hated driving in it because I get car sick. And I'd be in the back seat. She'd pick me up at the airport. And I was like, "Oh, I don't like how the windows are so high." And it's like a mini, what do you call the military cars? It's like a mini.
Humvee.
Humvee.
Yeah, it's like a mini Humvee. The windows are up high, and when you're in the back seat, oh man, I'd get sick with a 2-hour drive, especially the way my mom drives. She was foot brake. And I'd get sick, and I was like, "I hate to get me out of this freaking car." And then once I drove it, my son got it, I drove it, and I said, "Okay, I get it, Mom. I get why you like this car." That thing gets you go 80 and on an on-ramp in seconds. And I was like, wow. And then I got it if you're in the driver's seat, okay? Because I like big windows. I get car sick. If I'm driving it, I absolutely loved it. And now I get it. I get why my mom liked it and all that stuff. They went camping and all that. Yeah. Seats fold up in the back sideways so you can camp and sleep in the back. My son loves it. He can haul all kinds of stuff home. So there's that. There's a story on that. It's kind of like Grandpa's stuff. Yeah. So it was a perfect match for him, and he wouldn't part with it. And I looked under it. There's, they got road salts down here. There's no rust. They zinc coat everything. There's no. Very nice.
I'll tell you one thing that's kind of nice about the Seattle area. We don't use salt on the road, so we don't deal with we don't deal with rust.
I know, that's where my truck came from.
Yeah, that's one thing I like about the Seattle area, at least Washington State, is that we don't use salt on the roads.
Yeah.
And as far as our state, government, it's just a cabal of people that are working hand in hand to do their secret mission. And it's just terrible. I hate this place. for it in politics. But
Now
Yep.
it was in Oregon, not Washington, but I lived in Coos Bay, Oregon.
Coos Bay.
yeah, I've been to Coos Bay.
Yeah, I lived there for about 6 months, maybe 9 months. Loved it out there.
Yep.
Just
Beautiful area.
Yeah, whenever I get the opportunity to just take freight out there, I love it. But like you said, politics, just horrible.
Oregon's beautiful. I wouldn't mind living in Oregon. Oregon's actually really nice, except for again politics.
Yeah,
Politics, and then they got a state income tax there.
Yeah,
That's what they're trying to do here, Jim. Jim, you know what? They're trying to pass this thing for state income now. Inslee's trying to do that before he gets out. He's pushing it with his little faggot buddy, Ferguson. Yeah, they're trying to push that state income tax thing, saying it's a needed thing for the schools. It's a bunch of bull crap.
I love the Oregon coast where it's rocky and the water comes up and you got little inlets of beach in between the docks. Oh my gosh, just beautiful.
I like the weather. I like the weather.
So Rollis, you moved. Where do you live?
This was like in 88, 89. My cousin, his mother ran off from her father. His father, her husband. Yeah. Hooked up with the truck driver. He lived in Coos Bay, Oregon, or just in that area. So there was nothing going on in the Ohio River Valley. Everything, all the mills were down. The coal mines were shut down. I'm 19, 20 years old flipping hamburgers and washing dishes just trying to pay my rent. Mm-hmm. My cousin sent me all these, hey, come out here, be a lumberjack. Okay. So I Greyhound out there. The day I step off the friggin' Greyhound, the spotted owl kills the fucking lumber industry.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I was out there for about six. Yeah, I was out there for about 6 months, and then I got enough money. I went back home. I figured if I was going to starve, at least I'll starve around, where I guess I'm, a little more family. And then I just started driving truck, and I was going to do that for a couple of years, bank some money, and try to find something else. Well, that was 30 friggin' years ago. So I guess I'm a truck driver.
Yeah.
I lived up in Oregon for a little while. It was nice out there.
But
I like the weather. I like the weather in Oregon. It's like having nice Washington days, but more often. That's one thing I like about Oregon. You don't have to deal with the overcast and the rain all the time here.
Yeah, the only thing that sucks about Oregon is they keep adding to the gun laws and changing shit, and it's just getting worse out there.
Politics. It's funny, California, Oregon, Washington, and even up in British Columbia is all becoming this one conglomerate about gun laws. They're all doing that here on the West Coast, all the way up into Canada. Like Hobby's Hobo. I mean, talking to him about the crap he has to go through. I mean, they want that stuff here. They want it here. That's why. That's where they're getting the model. They're getting the model from Canada. They're getting the model how to set up the laws from Canada. Bull crap.
And the ironic thing is, used to be Oregon was like, and I think Washington was the same. Was like one of the most liberal as far as being what you could own, what you could do, and everything.
Yeah, Oregon was a Class 3 state. You can go down there and buy machine guns.
Yeah,
you can have machine guns in Oregon, and in Washington State they've always been banned.
Yeah. And
we were
now everybody's trying to be like New York State, at least, or California.
Yeah.
And then see down here in Florida, they're psychotic down here. Some of the most laid back gun laws. We finally got constitutional carry. As soon as that went through, I went and got my concealed carry permit. Just because that's the way I do things. Anyways, but you have waiting periods on handguns. And then after that, there was a shooting down in Orlando. That one gay nightclub was shot up. All of a sudden, you couldn't buy rifles if you didn't have your concealed carry permit. So, the Republican, gun-loving Republican governor passed that particular rule. You can't trust those fuckers as far as they're no better than a Democrat. But at the same time, you can have class 3 everything. I mean, you still have to do your background checks and whatnot. There's no there's really hardly any restrictions on anything. As far as that goes, you just have, if you don't have a concealed carry permit, you have to have your go through a 3-day background check on either handguns or rifles. So then, but yeah, I mean, so hopefully we get some of the dumb gun laws they have. Hopefully we get rid of those eventually.
The problem in the Northwest, not counting California, was Oregon stayed tight to their permits. So whenever you went through Oregon, your concealed permit didn't count. So you had to jack the mag out, empty your gun while you're going through Oregon. I hated that. You get to Idaho, Utah, boom, you rack it right back in. It all counts.
Jim, I'm going to say something right here. I didn't want to bring that up. Really, I didn't want to bring that up because I know how much you really love the area of Seattle. You love the people here. You hate the politics. And you know what? I really didn't want to open that can of worms for you. Please don't get all pissed off on us. Please, okay? No, really. Dude, you do. You just get screwed in the ground and you're all mad and you stay that way.
Wait, tell me why I'm going to get mad. I'm happy now.
Yeah.
Why am I going to get mad?
Washington State, and the next thing you know, man, it's like you're pissed off for the rest of the chat. And I'm telling you, I didn't want to open that can of worms. I didn't say that.
Worms left. My can is empty. I'm happy.
Yeah, you come from out in Washington.
There's
The nice thing about the Florida concealed carry permit, it's a concealed weapons permit. And in Florida, if you have the permit, you can carry switchblades, whatever the politically correct term for them this week is in this industry. And you can carry brass knuckles. So now all I just have to do is find a pair of brass knuckles that will actually fit my hand. But that's probably the biggest reason I went ahead and got the permit.
Yeah, we don't have any laws on knives or brass knuckles. My son has brass knuckles. We have every switchblade, Bloody Mary, whatever. We can do anything we want now. We don't need a concealed permit. We can buy our guns and pick them up right now when we buy them, and we are happy. So I'm not getting upset, Thorzax, about anything because I'm happy. I'm not going back to Washington or the East Coast or West Coast anytime. No.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, I wish Uncle John and Pat will move towards Nevada area where that could be beachfront property when the stuff hits the fan and the ocean takes over. All right, there's my... So Uncle John and Pat, get away from that area. Wait for the big one. All right, beachfront property.
Yeah, they just passed more knife laws back home too, which is insane. Stupid things like if it has more than one hole in the blade, you can't have it anymore. If
we can carry a sword.
see my point? It's stupid.
It's stupid.
If it has a saw blade on it over 2 inches, you can't carry it. You can't have it.
No, stupid.
And if it's over 8 inches overall, you're not supposed to have it either. Like, get the fuck out of here.
And what does it matter? Do you see knife crimes here? We can carry anything we want. So, where's the crime?
No,
I've tried to tell people this before. Look, they banned guns overnight for us back in the early 90s. They banned them overnight with a school shooting. and it was pre-planned. We all knew it was pre-planned, but they banned everything. Nowadays, you can have guns and stuff, but it is extremely hard, extremely expensive. You have to be a member of a gun club and so on and so forth. There's so many rules to it. So then they went after the knives because the knife crime went through the roof. And
but
it just continued going on that way. But the thing of it is, it doesn't matter what you ban. Someone's going to find something to use regardless, period.
Yeah, but you forget something, Scott. But if you're a Muslim man, you can carry machetes and wave them right in front of the cops, and they'll ignore you. But if you're just an old man protesting violence in the street, you'll get arrested and get your head kicked in.
Kyle is there.
It's pretty much. I tell you, when I went back home earlier in the year, it was crazy to see. So when I was there was a lot of, we call them Paki shops, so Pakistani shops, and they were always on the corners and this, that, the other. I cannot tell you how many times it's increased as to the amount of Indians and Pakistanis that are there now. It's probably at least 3 or 4 times as many. It is insane. Absolutely fucking insane.
Kyle,
and they don't speak like English either.
Kyle must be off work now, taking his rickshaw. Get on here, Kyle. We're doing a short chat, Kyle.
Yeah, short.
Oops, I just messed that up. How do I get back? A backspace. Damn it. I lost my link. Yep. Okay. Kyle, hang on. Get on here, Kyle. Yeah. Okay. Now we have every law you can carry in the world, and we have no crime. So what the hell is going on here? We can carry anything we want. They released the concealed permit thing, so
Florida's pretty, like I said, Florida's pretty open about all that stuff. You can own just about anything, switchblades, whatever, as long as it's not somehow banned, or class 3. But actually carrying it on your person off of your own property, that's where you have to, that's where the loss can get you if you mess up. So, but at least I don't know about down south or around the Orlando or over on the West Coast, but up here around Jacksonville, they're redneck enough. Everybody's redneck enough that they don't give a shit about anything until you start committing crime about stuff. Then it's just one more thing on the arrest report.
Yep. Now, Tin Man, you're right, man. Carry whatever you want. Laws are for the sheep that believe the system is for them. The system is not for you.
Well, until you get caught and arrested, but it's better to live where you can have it. And they don't care. They don't give a crap.
I've sat in jail a couple times. I decided that it wasn't a lifestyle for me. So that's pretty much got my my life, and I stopped doing the really stupid stuff.
Yeah, with all the craziness going on, I should do a video. My son bought a vest. And it'll take 308 penetrators, whatever, armor piercing, everything, just in case things go weird. I don't need one. I told him, hey, I'm old. I don't need one of those, but hey, knock yourself out. So he's got plates on the front and the back, ceramic, all that stuff, carries everything. Maybe I'll do a video on that.
For me, the bullet has to get through all the fat before it gets to anything vital. So.
Well, I told him, well, that'll come in handy when you're scavenging, when the stuff really gets zombie, and you're going to siphon some gas out of an old car or something, and it's really bad out there. You might need that vest and everything, but he's young. Go for it. I don't need the vest and everything. I'm just going to take as much as I can on the way out.
Yeah, best thing you can do when you have a vest is keep the setup as light as possible, as lightweight as possible.
Yeah, no, he's totally comfy in it. And for me, I just want lightweight. I have a vest that'll hold magazines and everything, but it's not bulletproof.
Yeah.
But for him, that's good. He can throw it on real quick. He demonstrated it for me, everything. He's got everything on it.
This new Howa of mine, it's a 1500 and it's in 223. And it's light with the Bell and Carlson stock on it. It's light. It just might become the gun that if I'm running out the door, I'm grabbing that one instead of a 16-inch or a 14.5 AR. Because ARs will be laying around everywhere once if it's real hit the fan stuff. But yeah, because I'm not running to the fight, I'm grabbing Susan and the dogs, and we're going to the fucking woods. Yeah, let all the young guys and let all the studs, do all that fighting stuff. I'm just going to sit back there and
Bam.
There we go. Yeah. Let all the young pups do all the fighting, and I'm just going to go hide. I'll just take that out because it's just I haven't been in the range with it yet today or this week, but it just flipping it around. It's lighter than any of my ARs.
Yeah,
all you really need to worry about is make sure that you've got enough stuff. And I'm just going to leave it at stuff to last 3 days. Then you can just walk around picking up everybody else's stuff.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And I'm in Florida. You don't even need to carry water, just water filtration.
Yep.
And I know what part of Georgia you're from. You're pretty much the same thing.
Yep. We were extremely moist yesterday. There was about a foot of water in my store. That was awesome.
It sounds like you guys got slammed worse than anything we saw. 95 had some power outages and some trees down. 75 got wiped out. Well, not wiped out, but had a very bad day. So.
Well, Rullis, where are you again? Just area. You don't have to.
Oh no, I live just south of Jacksonville.
Okay.
Yeah, the way I used to describe it, when we first moved to Jacksonville, where we lived at, we were so close to Naval Air Station Jacks or NAS Jacks that if the Russians popped the Bombzara, we'd be air pollution before the flash was ever. That's how close we were to the base. Now where we're at now, we'd just be caught in the fireball. So, yeah, but yeah, so it just south. I'm basically a suburb of Jacksonville, but it's a different county. But the neighbors' chickens get in my yard sometime, and you guys, I don't know if any of you, most of you guys saw the peacock video I put up a couple weeks ago. Just don't know where they came from, don't know where they went to, but they're just wandering around there. So we're just rural enough where you can, I got neighbors, but I'm not real sure the names of the ones over there. The ones across the street, we talk every once in a while. One of those kind of deals. Everybody's happy with everybody. Everybody just, I do my thing. They do their things. Yeah, we don't complain about them shooting their yard. They don't complain about me shooting in my backyard. The neighbor about 10 houses down every Friday and Saturday, they have big ass parties, and that's fine. Yeah. As long as they're not driving through our yard, I don't care.
Tin Man asked if Tread's okay. Yeah, he is. He did a video. I haven't seen Tread in a while. He hasn't been on here. He's okay. A few trees fell down, but he's okay. And he's in North Georgia?
No, he's over towards the coast.
And where, Kyle, you're kind of central or north? I don't know.
I'm in northwest Georgia.
Okay, you have any damage?
We lost one tree in the neighborhood. I didn't have any damage.
Okay. So not that bad. It's Florida.
No, but the storm drains got stopped up and water was running over the road next to work, and it filled our parking lot up. And just the water ran in through the doors. You talk about a mess inside of a liquor store. God almighty.
Yeah, but did your rickshaw have tow wheels on it?
Yes. And I was wearing my floaties.
Do you lose power or no?
No, never lost any power. We were already, we all had, I say we all, I'm counting the dogs, had plenty of water. There's plenty of food here. Our battery packs were charged up and ready to go. And, if we did lose power, I've got emergency weather radios and stuff like that on my comms. So it's no big deal. We'll make sure everything was charged up. We wasn't worried about it if we did lose power.
Yeah, so you guys were okay. All right. If I lived in Florida, my house would be like a bunker for hurricanes. I'd have a house that was not going to blow over. It'd be underground halfway. Yeah. Same with tornado country. Yeah.
I talked to Jamie, and Jamie said all he ended up with is just a lot of rain and a mess, high winds and that sort of thing. But they're all right. He doesn't live too far away from
me,
Kyle. Yeah.
What is that? What is that emoji, Mrs. Tin Man? A bullet?
Looks like a baby bottle.
Yeah, I can't see it.
It's a baby bottle because he's crying like a little baby, going,
Oh.
man.
Oh, okay. Now I see it.
Okay, that makes more sense. There you go, Tin Man. That's why I love Mrs. Tin Man. She counter strikes. I love it on the live chat. She counter strikes.
Yeah, and she aims for the sack. I like it. She aims low. That's awesome.
You don't mess around.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. She aims low. She's a girl for my heart. Yeah. Awesome. You got a good one there, Tim. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you got a good one. Hang on to her.
Oh, Tin Man's got to come back right here. It's easy. Oh, I love the counter strikes from Mrs. Yeah, Mrs. Tin Man adds a whole dimension to the whole story. Yeah.
Dave said she aims right for the balls. That got me.
She does. She aims for the sack, man. She comes out. She aims low. Hey,
Yeah.
she's the one that calls it. Okay, the party's on. And you are at the party, dude. Oh, that's awesome. I like it.
Tin Man, turn around. I'll take the knife out your back, man. I'll draw it out real slow, though, so you feel it every
He's
little
mad
bit.
now. He's not going to talk to us. He's going to sit there and sulk and cry on the edge of his beer or something. The girl's beating up on me now because my wife is, cool.
Oh, that's funny.
It is. It's great.
Yeah, I like her input. Yeah. Come on, Minnie. Come here. Come on.
Good Lord.
Come here.
It's not a good day for Georgia football.
Uh-oh. Yeah, they're playing Arkansas. No, they're playing Alabama. Forrest Gump. They're playing Forrest Gump right now. I was running.
That's what we need, man. We need to get us a shrimp boat.
Jenny. Julio, how you been, buddy?
All kinds of shrimp.
You're doing pretty good. Thank you.
I know. Julio's looking good. It's so good to see Julio on here. Hell yeah.
It is. It's good to see you, Julio.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's good to see you, Julio.
Yeah,
It's
same
good
here.
to see you,
Thanks.
man. We were
Yeah,
worried
man.
about you, man.
Glad you're doing better.
Man, thank you.
Yeah, we were worried about you. A lot of prayers for you, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah, thanks.
You've been going through a lot of crap, dude. All of us.
Yeah.
All of us. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, over the last 2 or 3 years, all of us have been going through a lot of garbage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And really bad years all over for everyone.
Mrs. Man, Leon was down here, but he went upstairs. He's got his own dude. I tried to get Leon on here, but no. I'm glad Tin Man's almost moved out. You guys, I don't know, a few weeks from now, you're going to have a new home. You're going to be all comfy once you move in. It's going to be awesome. So, good job.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe you gave away your reloading table. You're going to make another? Why not keep that? I don't know.
Now, is the next reloading room in the basement or in an actual room?
Well, he's got a furnished basement type deal, so I don't know why he gave the reloading table, which had a stainless steel top.
Yeah, that was nice top, yeah.
He gave it to a friend. He's going to make another one, and I'm like, why don't you just put that one in your house? I don't know. He's got plans. I'm not going to mess with his plans, so he can make another, maybe different shape. I don't know.
Oh, he's using the kitchen cabinets from the house for a new reloading room.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely get what you can. Yeah.
This is Tin Man done it again. He doesn't make sense.
This is why I love it. Okay. This is why this marriage is going to last, okay? It's same with my marriage. This is why it's going to last. You got to give each other crap. Otherwise, you're not going to survive. Yeah. Exactly how it works. Yeah. Any young people out there, if you're getting married and you want to be exactly the same, it's not going to work. It's not going to work in a marriage. You have to have the banter. That's what survives the marriage. Yes.
Is that what you call it? Banter? I was thinking of another word that started.
I was being nice. I was being nice. Okay. Yeah, it's a yin and yang type deal. That's what makes a perfect marriage. You got to be able to give each other crap.
Susan and I don't do too much bashing on each other. It usually just goes either, okay, this happened, that happened, or else she's throwing stuff at me and moving out. It's like, whatever, you can have the house and everything. And then three days later we're back together. So she's only moved out on me like 3 times. So now we're just so old and tired and just got to go.
Ozark is here. Hey, Ozark, how's it going?
Tin Man.
Yeah.
Let me catch up here. Twisted Twines is here, and Ozark is here.
Hello to the lovely couple.
Let's see. Yes, domestic abuse is permanent glue for. Yes. I'm kind of worried because Twisted Twines and Ozark, they get along too good together. I'm worried. There's got to be some flack. All right. Just worried about that. We're talking about yin and yang in a marriage.
No, it's their anniversary.
What's their happy anniversary?
Congrats, man.
Hey, he he did some text pictures. He was at a Native American museum where they showed a bunch of guns and stuff. That was awesome. And a saddle. That was really awesome. I enjoyed that very much. I need one of those tack guns with tacks all over them, engine style. Tin Man and West Covina.
You see what Twister Twine put down?
Which one? Wait, where?
What? Go up.
He found it.
Hey, there you go.
There you go. You need a little bit of a little bit of adversity to make a marriage work. Yeah, you got to give each other crap. That's what comes down to it.
And when all else fails, just bend her over and spank her ass and raw dog it.
Jesus.
That would be Idaho Rogers, and they have a lot of flack. I love that. I love that marriage too. Idaho Rogers.
I have actually seen Idaho Rogers get stuff thrown at him.
Yeah, I've seen it on streams with stuff getting thrown at him.
They're a great couple. They get along great.
There's good crap, and then there's kind of like bad crap. I remember Willie's old lady used to go off on him. Oh my God. I mean, right on camera. I mean, just total like psycho bitch. Like, whoa.
Yes, dear. Yes,
Yeah,
dear. Okay.
Shut off. And then the camera would shut off, and he wouldn't come back for like an hour.
My first wife had
Crap.
she was a little bit tough to deal with. Yeah. So Susan and I do really well together.
Well, me and my ex, her problem was that she was crazy, and I thought somehow or another I could fix that. Yeah, didn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
So here's the thing, man. All women are crazy. It's just what level of crazy are they?
Well,
Yeah, no, my first wife had she was manic depressant, and eventually it just got to the point where one of us was going to be dead, one of us was going to go to jail. So and finally it was just
Yep. They always say, God hates divorce, but he allows it. He doesn't want you to spend your life with someone like that.
I'm
You know
just
what I
gonna say, Tin Man, you earned that one. You earned that.
You gotta have you gotta be able to give each other shit, but not to a extension. You don't want to get too extensive with it. Of course, within reason.
help me, guys. I don't think he's watching right now. Please help me. Send help.
Get that 911 text. Hey, need help, brother. Get me out of here.
Oh.
All right, guys. Time for me to go to bed.
Well,
Oh,
great
yeah.
seeing you, Julio.
All right, nice seeing you guys.
Julio,
Yeah.
good to see you, brother.
Hey,
Yeah,
Yeah,
come back on. Man. Yeah,
it was
come
so
back on
good.
next week. Good having you.
So good to
Listen.
have you on, Julio. And remember Halloween, it's coming.
Uh-huh.
You don't want to miss what do we call it? The 10 for 10, whatever. You've always been there. So think Halloween, week before, whatever. Yeah.
All righty.
I loved our
All
Halloween.
right,
chat.
guys. Good night. Nice seeing you again.
All right.
Yeah,
Take
good
care, Julio. Thanks for coming
All right,
on.
take care. All right, good night. Bye.
Love you. I'm glad
Love
you
you
did
too.
that too. Oh, I gotta love Julio. I love Julio. He's never missed in a Halloween chat that I can remember. Especially like some where I was just alone and boom, he was there. Yeah. So I'm glad he's doing good, and I'm glad he showed up, and that was awesome. They end up with half your. Oh, that's so bad.
Yeah, but it's so damn true.
Oh, that's so bad. No.
Sometimes
not if you tell them
it's
to play the
worth
cards right.
Do you guys get Ammo Land News email? No, I don't. Powder shortage. I'm seeing more powder now.
Yeah, but you can't afford the damn stuff.
Well, it's like $40 instead of 12. Yeah.
I'm on 4064, the 308 powder, $60 a pound. If you can find it.
I'm glad people looked at me like I was crazy when I was buying that up in 8-pound jugs.
I bought as much as I could, usually just 1-pounders, because that's what my gun club would have. But every time I went in there, I'd grab a pound. I finally just used up all my old stock, and it's like, what do you do now? I mean, it just, I'm not going to stop shooting. I'm not going to stop reloading, but I just want to be able to reload as much as I want, or what I want. So it'll actually be cheaper just to do the more expensive, bigger stuff, like the 300 drums and stuff like that. But if you're going to put out that kind of money, you might as well just go first class. At least that's my way of thinking about it.
Yeah,
Well,
my way of thinking is,
Tell you what, I think what's happening right now is a lot of these companies are starting to lean more towards, Trump winning. And so what they're doing is they're taking all their stock and they're trying to come up with gimmicks to try to get rid of it at the same price by adding like free shipping or free hazmat or join our club or some crap like that. And they're just trying to make their money back without losing their ass. Because they know once Trump gets in there and everybody calms down, their prices are going to come back down, and they know that.
They have to.
Same thing, Jim. Jim brought that up the last time, and we've seen it over and over and over again. And it's these companies. You watch what happens. They're afraid they're going to lose their ass once Trump gets in there.
My paranoid white guy theory is just all the powders being used for the war stock for Ukraine, and unlike everybody else, I'm glad we're sending them money and we're sending them guns and ammo to blow up that fucking Soviet stuff. It needs to have been done a long time ago. So let's get that stuff destroyed before that way, when we finally wind up, well, not we, because I'm too fat and old to do that kind of stuff, but when our people wind up over there, all the good Soviet stuff is already destroyed and gone. I have no trouble with that. So a lot of the shortages are just, capitalism going on. They're selling the guns, they're selling the ammo, they're selling, they need this stuff for war production, which is a lot more profitable. It sucks for us as the consumer, but hopefully, the Ukrainians will have enough of the Soviet stuff destroyed that once we finally get sucked in there, and that's the goal. When I'm sorry, President Trump, we're too far in. I don't think he's going to be able to negotiate anything. We're still going to be sending stuff there for the next 10 years.
Wait a minute. Do you see he just had a meeting?
I didn't see that, but you can have all the, he didn't get us, he negotiated stuff, but for the 4 years he was there, he was still there. We were still fighting in Afghanistan. Now, I know we were drawing down, but we were still fighting. And there's all these other battles and all this other stuff did you even know we were in Syria? I didn't know we were in Syria till, the Biden administration, but that all started under Obama, I think.
He was just sweeping up a mess and trying to
right.
track.
I'm not saying that we would be where we're at now if President Trump had.
You can't extract in a fast manner. We saw that under Biden and what happened to all our equipment. Okay, so, Trump just had a meeting with Stravinsky or whatever his name, the leader of Ukraine. There's a video on it, and he's sitting he's talking right next to him. Trump's not the president, and he's talking about how he is friends with Putin and he's friends with him. And the guy's right next to him. He's nodding his head. And he's like, we're going to resolve this. And the guy is with him. So the leader of the Ukraine, the people of the Ukraine love us because we're giving all our money to them.
Right.
Trump's not going to do that. And he says right there, he says, we're going to make a deal between these two. I know Putin very well, and I know this guy very well. He's right by his side. You can watch the video.
I'm not arguing. I'm not saying that President Trump's not going to try to do stuff.
Zelensky was with him in the video just today or yesterday. It was within 24 hours.
Right.
And they had a little sit-down meeting, and he was agreeing. And one thing Trump said was, Zelensky didn't sell me out. When they had the phone call conversation where they tried to get Trump for conspiracy.
Yeah.
And he literally said Zelensky is like steel. He told it like it was, nothing happened. And now we're going to get Putin together and Zelensky. And he said it right in front of the guy. They're sitting next to each other. And we're going to solve this problem.
And that's good.
That's the difference between a deal maker and a politician that makes money off of the ammunition and all that stuff.
And that's good. And I really hope that happens. But until we see the Russians withdrawing, Ukraine pulling back out of Russia, as far as I know, they're still in Russia. I'm not up to date to the second, but
the Russians ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, see that's going to be a big sticking point. But it's real easy to have conversations. Let's look at history. Hitler and Stalin shook hands and said, "Oh, we won't fight each other," until they started to fight each other. They had their agreements, but you can sit there and make all the agreements you want until there's actual boots on the ground. There are actually boots not on the ground. It's. I hope it works out, and I hope it works for us. But
my outlook on this is, our politicians right now putting all that money in the Ukraine are getting kickbacks for it, just like every other war.
Oh yeah. I'm
not saying off of munitions and all that, and the politicians are getting kickbacks.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying we're some kind of.
The difference with Trump is he's not getting the kickbacks. He's saying, "You guys stop it, enough killing."
Right.
Now the Russians are very sensitive about this area because they've been invaded 1 million times from the Ukraine area. That's how they got invaded. So they're very sensitive about their border, just like our border. They're very sensitive about this because they've been taken out that way, and there was a lot of suffering coming through that area of the country, and that's why they want to control that. Well, Trump is going to try and tell these guys, "Hey, knock it off," and that's the difference between him and a politician that gets kickbacks like Biden. If you don't think Biden's getting money from the Ukraine,
him and Junior have been on the payroll of Ukraine for decades. I mean, our politicians are not innocent in this. All the different manufacturers love this. And there's a movie where they talk about somebody, it was the Lord of War, God of War, whatever. Somebody was calling him, saying, "Oh, you make money from people dying." He said, "No, I don't make money from people dying. I make money when the bullets miss each other." because I make more money that way. The industries are not innocent here. Yeah, the politicians are getting the kickbacks and whatnot. I'm not saying that stuff isn't going on.
And usually they're Democrats, other than Bush. Bush got a lot of kickbacks.
I'm going to disagree with you there. It's all they're all fucking scumbags. I have no use for any of them. I mean, I'm going to vote Republican. Donald Trump is an insider. He's been a land developer in New York City for 50 years. You don't do that kind of work and do those kind of deals at those numbers without being an insider. He knows everybody. He probably has a little black book. It's probably about that thick. You know, with all kinds of.
Well, it took him 3 years to figure out the swamp, but now he knows. Now he knows the swamp. Okay, and he is basically, he just talked with this guy. It's on video. And he said, you guys, we're going to figure this out. You guys got to knock this off. No more spending billions on your country. We're going to figure this out and stop the war. There was no wars under Trump. He backed off some wars. He got rid of all the terrorists. Okay, what do you call them? What were they called? Anyway.
But like I said, I hope everything works out, and I hope 6 months from now, everybody's happy and.
Well, he's negotiating. That's the difference between a politician getting kickbacks and has money coming to him. Like every war after World War II, they all got kickbacks. Vietnam was the worst, and we're seeing the same thing right now. And he's saying no. I don't want people getting killed. I don't want to see people getting killed over people making money. He has no investment in this. He's not making money. He's not even taking money to be the president off of this. And that is why he is. I haven't seen a guy like him in my lifetime.
Oh, no.
Reagan.
All right, fellas, I'm going to jump off. I got to go lay down. I can't sit down any longer. So.
Good night, Scotsman. Good to see you.
Good night, buddy.
Good seeing everyone. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, Scotsman. Thanks for coming on.
Yep.
Yeah, all this stuff can get really inflammatory, but.
Oh yeah, I mean, and I mean, I'm not trying to be nasty here, and I hope I'm not coming off. Maybe I am a little bit, but in all honesty,
no.
the at first when we first got involved in this, I was actually don't do anything, just leave them alone, let them fight it out. They've been doing it for 1,000 years.
Yeah, but Russia will kill them. They're way stronger.
Then you when I saw that at least the Ukrainians were what my biggest fear was at first was within the first couple of weeks we were going to get sucked in there and then we're going to wind up fighting. Well, it turns out the Russians are a paper tiger.
Well, right
and
now,
the Ukrainians, even though they're taking a lot of L's, they're still standing up there and they're still fighting. Yeah, they're not. They're down 500,000. They have the Ukrainians have 500,000 people dead, and they're drafting people younger and younger, and they're losing the war as far as actual war.
They're gonna get destroyed without our money. Yeah.
Well, I can't argue that with you. Yeah, but at least they're doing the fighting. Yeah, you look at Vietnam. You know, what's the first thing that they always said about Vietnam? Everybody was pro-war except for the Vietnamese. They didn't want to fight. You know, that's what I always heard. I wasn't there. I can't tell you. I was wearing diapers when all that was going on.
That was an unwinnable war because they didn't want it to win. They wanted it to keep going.
Yeah.
They're making so much money off of all the manufacturing we do here.
Yeah.
For napalm bombs, everything, jets, everything. It was a moneymaker. Vietnam was nothing but a moneymaker for the people producing the munitions.
Oh, it's always war has always been a great way to make good money. Unfortunately, it costs lives.
And we didn't play to win. We pulled out. Now, the Russians can kick the crap out of the Ukraine. What we're worried about is Poland and all these other countries. The Russians can kick the crap out of the Ukrainians without our money. So who's making the money? Follow the money. Biden and all these people are getting kickbacks, and it's wrong. And that's why Trump is right. He's like, you guys, he's like taking two kids that are in a fight, two 5-year-olds, and he's grabbing their heads and he's like, knock it off. And that's what's going to happen if Trump gets reelected.
Yeah, other than cutting the money off, I don't foresee Putin stopping, trying to continue pushing in as much as he can.
He will.
And yeah, no, I agree with you. He's going to push, but they're at a stalemate right now. So, and that's because we're dumping all kinds of money on them, in them. So if Trump wins right now, we're giving them billions of dollars. If they didn't have that money, they're done. They're done. They're already, half of their cities are rubble anyway. Have you seen interviews with people from the Ukraine who they would vote for? Yeah, you're getting a lot of, there's a lot of people frustrated about, but also they're still fighting. They're still going.
I know, but have you seen videos interviewing people in the Ukraine? Who would you vote for? Kamala Harris or Trump? And do you know what most of them say?
I would hope they're smart enough to Trump.
Most of them say Harris Biden because they're going to keep feeding us money.
Mm-hmm. And that's not a surprise.
And they're totally wrong because Trump is trying to stop the killing and preserve both countries, which is going to be hard on the Russian side because they really want that entry area for their soft spot on their country. Most of the Ukrainians, and I've watched several videos on this, would vote for Biden or Kamala because they're saying Trump's going to cut off our money, but they don't talk about Trump's going to try and end the war. They don't think that way. They're stupid. They're thinking money instead of fixing the problem.
Well, yeah, but for a lot of them, they're and I'm just taking a guess here, so I'm speculating, but they're looking at, if we got the money, we can do the fighting. If we got the money to buy the bullets, whether it comes from the U.S., whether it comes from someplace in Europe, give us the beans, give us the bullets, give us the gasoline. We'll do the fighting. That's probably where they're looking at it, and they don't care about the kickbacks. All they're worried about is, pushing those people out.
The media wants to make people think that Russia is weak and they're desperate and they're poor, when actually their grocery stores are awesome. Everything is awesome. You can watch some stuff from Russia can annihilate those guys. And I had guys do sighting on my house that were from the Ukraine. I talked to them about this and all that. My old house, they hate the Russians because of what's, just conflict. Same with, you talk to the Polish people, all that. They're all worried about the Russians trying to take everyone over again. However, Russia is way stronger than the media wants you to think. They can annihilate the Ukraine, and they will continue until you get someone in there that says, hey, kids, stop fighting together. You stop it.
Well, I mean, other than the areas that they've taken and they've held.
No, they're the
I
Russians.
mean, look at Kiev when they tried to go into Kiev. They got their asses handed to them.
The Russians. The media wants you to think that, but the Russians are going to take them out easy. They can take out 2 other countries at the same
It's
time.
been 3 years. They haven't taken Kiev out yet. And when they first tried it, when they had all their fresh tanks, all the new tanks, the T-90, which is supposed to be the greatest thing since sliced bread, and they never got anywhere near Kiev. They got pushed out. They got shot up. They got pushed. Now, when it comes to, do the Russians have more stuff without us? Most definitely. Do the Russians have more warm bodies? Just do what they've always done, which is just throw bodies at there till they overwhelm you. That's how they beat the Germans. They just kept sending more and more bodies forward till they eliminated all the Germans. So
the winter killed the Germans, and they came through the Ukraine. So the winter killed them, and it was about fighting for your country, and that's why the Russians won.
Actually what killed the Germans, the biggest thing probably was when they, in my very small understanding, Hitler wanted the Ukraine and the southern plains for the oil and the wheat. He didn't want to deal with Moscow because he knew the winter would kill him. And there was a couple of his generals actually went towards Moscow, and that's what wiped them out. They ran out of oil and they ran out of gas. And like I said, the Russians just keep throwing bodies at them because they had more bodies to throw. And just overwhelmed the Germans, and then the supply lines for the Germany ran out of oil because they didn't get to Romania, the southern Ukraine where a lot of the oil reserves are, and they ran out of food. So that's the biggest thing that killed them, was going for Moscow.
The reason the Russians won, they were defending themselves just like we would in the U.S. And they rose up, and no matter what happens, and then you had the winter. The problem with Hitler was he overextended himself, and that's what got him screwed. He overextended himself. He tried to take too much, just like the Romans. History repeats itself over and over.
Yeah.
They extended themselves too much. But when you're fighting against people that are for surviving for their country, they're going to fight twice as hard as a Russian guy in the wintertime saying, damn, it's cold. I'm pissed off. I don't want to be here. The other guys are like, I'm going to defend myself. And that was the difference.
Like you said, he overextended himself because they went after Moscow while they were trying to get to the oil fields. They ran out of, I hope he shows that burrito girl again. But yeah, I mean,
I want one too, Pat.
Yeah.
I know, but all I'm saying is Russia is way stronger than the Ukraine. So don't, if it wasn't for us feed them tons of our tax dollars, they wouldn't have a chance.
Oh yeah, no, and you're right.
And we need someone that says, hey kids, quit fighting, you 2 5-year-olds. We're going to solve this. We're going to make you happy here and you here. And I'm not going to get kickbacks like a Democrat off your money. And that's what we need.
And if anybody out there has a question as to whether or not the money's getting kicked back to these politicians, we've sent so much money over there, we could have bought Russia and said stop.
It's the biggest racket out there is the politicians making money off of war.
hopefully the negotiations will be a success after Russia spends another couple $1 trillion worth of weaponry, just getting it all wiped out and destroyed.
And Rollins, I agree with you. Let Ukraine go ahead and destroy a lot of their infrastructure and military might before we get involved. But once we get involved, please, good Lord.
We don't want to get involved.
I know we don't, and here's why. We will not be allowed to fight to win. There will be too many people in charge of what we can attack and what we can't, and whether or not we can shoot back once we're shot at.
No, we don't want to get involved. You notice how China is quiet right now?
Yeah, I can't believe they're not in California right now.
You notice how China is very quiet right now. We don't want to get involved. Okay, we don't want to get involved because if China and Russia join together, and then you got these Arab countries that hate our ass, then you got to fight, and we don't want that right now. So what we want to do is take these 2 5-year-olds and say, hey, quick, knock this off. And a lot of it is Putin, okay? But we have a dingbat that's running, and then we have Trump that can negotiate. Who do you want, the dingbat or Trump?
We are making a mistake.
Who do you want? He's already talked with Zelensky just 2 days ago or a day ago.
We're making a mistake if we keep writing Kamala off as a dingbat. She might not be the brightest politician out there. She is a lawyer. She knows how to play the game. She got her ass in there, regardless of how much she's hated.
No,
don't let the wrestling aspect.
She has 0 qualifications. She couldn't even take care of the border. Her one job.
She don't want to take care of the border.
Do you think any leader of other countries are going to take her serious like they did Biden? No.
We the voters need to take her serious.
No, no one's going to take her serious abroad. Look at how Biden was welcomed by the Saudis. I won't even shake your hand. No. There's a huge difference here. I'm sorry. There's a huge difference.
We have to stop.
Countries.
We have to stop underestimating
countries.
Start with.
All the countries are going to respect strength. Trump represents strength. Biden
Trump will have a lot more respect.
It's not even a toe of Biden, so no one's going to respect her.
But let's say, Kamala gets it. Kamala, what the fuck ever the woman's name is. It doesn't matter if she's being respected by the Canadians or the English or the Saudis or whoever, because we have to deal with her.
Yeah, I know.
But you and I have to deal with her. Domestically, she can destroy us, and she wants to destroy us. She's made it really clear. We need to stop looking at these politicians and thinking they're dumb. They're not dumb. They let us,
She is a puppet for the machine.
She's still.
She's a puppet for the machine, just like Biden was. It's the machine. They want everyone to be transgender and all that crap. Okay, it's a machine. And this is why they want to assassinate Trump, because they don't want him in there. Because he's going to straighten stuff out.
Jim, whether you like Trump or you don't like Trump, or you approve of what Trump's done or disapprove of what Trump's done, the number one thing about Trump is all those people we've been talking about are scared to death of him. They make stuff up. They bring him to court. They tried to impeach him. They thing with the insurrection there on January 6th. They did all of that because they are scared to death of him. And that's the reason why I will vote for him.
It's not only that, is he wants other countries to be accountable for what they pay their fair share in NATO. Okay? Why are we paying all this money?
He did a hell of a job getting.
Why are we paying all this money when the other countries that are closer to these two countries fighting should be paying their share? And they hate that. They hate that. Oh, they hate that. And
He pissed them off because he made them start kicking in their fair share. And then you have like Poland, when they saw what happened with Ukraine, they just broke out the plastic and said, "Yes, I'll take it, please. Give me two."
Well, look at Hungary. They totally agree with Trump. They're like, hey, NATO's got to pay their fair share, or why are they there in the first place?
Yeah.
They are a threat to us in the U.S.
As far as
NATO is a major threat to us in the U.S. We don't want NATO. We should get out of NATO.
He did a hell of a job getting NATO to start, getting all these other countries to start kicking in what they're supposed to do.
It's businessman stuff. It's get the kids together, knock their heads together, and say, knock it off. Look at the poor Israelis right now. They're a small country and they're kicking ass, and they're using their surveillance and everything to survive as a country. Now, I'm not pro Jerusalem or any of that, but I respect what they're doing because they're trying to survive. That's the same thing with other countries that are around the Ukraine. But I will tell you, I think the Ukraine is corrupt. And they're taking money and they're getting kickbacks.
Oh yeah, they've been giving kickbacks to. Well, we know the Bidens have been getting money from Ukraine for. Like I said.
So that's wrong, and he's saying, "Stop this, kids! Stop this, kids! Stop this! We don't want killing," and that's why Trump is going to be way better than Kamala, that doesn't have any experience. She doesn't even know what half the countries are. Have you seen some interviews? She didn't even know what was where. At least Trump knows what the countries are and what they're about. And he's not even a politician. He's just trying to straighten this shit out. And that's why I like the guy. Even though he rubs people the wrong way, he does.
We've discussed this before. I'm definitely, the joke I told the first time I was on here. If I walk outside tomorrow morning with my cup of coffee to feed the squirrels and President Trump's there eating a baby while standing on the flag, maybe I'll think about not voting for him. That's about the only thing that would prevent me from doing that. And things haven't changed. I just don't think he's going to be able to at least settle the war quickly, or as quickly as people think he might.
He says he can do it in a day. I don't think so. He's got a major discussion with Putin. That's not going to take a day like he says. However, he's our best chance.
As far as getting some kind of negotiations going on, I do agree with that. But it's not going to go as smoothly as it. Just like, I know some people will think that on November 6th, once he hopefully gets elected, that all of a sudden the economy is going to blow up and everything's going to be perfect, and eggs will be down to 10 cents a dozen and gas will be free and all that. That's not. It'll be at least a year, 2 years before we even start seeing relief on this stuff.
Well, he was pretty fast in his first 2 years. He was pretty fast. Drill, baby, drill. Get the.
But there's still first off, just from a business standpoint, even if prices immediately start to drop on the retail side or the wholesale, I always get those backwards. Even if things start to drop for the manufacturers, they're not going to start passing that stuff on for a couple of years. They're going to continue milking all the economy is still shit. We can't afford this. They're still trying to use Corona for stuff like to justify high prices.
We knew what you meant.
Yeah. So
Well, coronavirus killed the cat. Okay, they killed a good thing. And how did that develop? Okay, we got.
Oh, don't get me started.
Yeah, don't get me started on that. So, come on now. It's really easy. You got someone with no experience, and you got someone that knows what's going on in the swamp now and the other countries. Pay your fair share. You kids quit doing this. We're going to solve this problem. And you haven't. You've seen what happened without Trump. And let's get back to Trump. Even though he's not my favorite, he's an egotistical, call people names, mean tweets, all that. Take that away, and I think he's like General Patton. Okay, he gets shit done, and people didn't like Patton either. Okay, and they're the same kind of people.
He does get things done. Yeah,
They get it done.
I'm pro Trump. I'm pro. Let's end that war. I think Ukraine justified in saying everything should be back to the 91 borders, and I'd like to see that happen. Yeah, and like I said, it's no different than if Canada invaded us. Yeah, and then everybody said, "Oh, well, you need to negotiate." Yeah, but they took Ohio. Well, that's Canada's now. Well, no, Ohio's always been part of the United States, and so from our position, we say, well, we're going to continue fighting the Canadians till we get Ohio back. And everybody looks at us and says, "Oh no, you're wrong there. You need to negotiate this." If that was the situation, would we be so keen on negotiating? Yeah. Personally, I don't want Ohio to be part of Canada. I've been to Canada quite a few times. It's a lovely country. I wouldn't mind living there if they had slightly different rules and regulations. But I want my fucking Ohio to still be part of the United States. Yeah, just because I don't like the politicians up there, and I can't stand the friggin' Republicans up there. They're just about worthless. I still love the state I'm from. Yeah. So,
well, poor Canada turned out like the UK and all the other countries that are having immigrant problems right now. And now they realize, oh, this isn't good. And you can see what's going around. And there's, did you see, Scotsman's not here anymore. Did you see what's going on in Scotland?
There's all... Well, that was the only thing on YouTube for about a week, about 6 weeks ago. Excuse me, I'm burping up dinner.
The people of
very good chili.
The people of Scotland are pissed off about these protesters, Palestine, whatever. They're pissed off, and they're like, wait a minute. And that's the same thing we're going through now with millions of immigrants right now. It's the same. It's the same thing going on with a lot of countries. And now they're realizing, hey, yeah, this isn't good. So we need Trump back, and that's all there is to it. Now, Trump isn't my favorite guy. Like I said, egotistical, narcissistic.
I could care less about his ego.
But it takes a guy like that, like General Patton, to say, hey, let's go to war. Let's fix this.
You haven't dealt with egos till you dealt with the truck driver community. There are some friggin' egos there, and these are people who don't deserve them. At least Trump has done what he's hit the ball over the fence. Yeah. They're during the debate. Kamala's going, well, your father gave you $20 million. No. She gave me 40, or he gave me 40 million, and I turned it into billions. And that shut her ass down right there. And for some reason, it was never repeated. And
we're dealing with globalist Marxists, and everyone in other countries are realizing, hey, this isn't working out. And that's what you're going to get with Camel Toe versus Trump, which just wants to make America great again and get back to a good economy like he had before the COVID thing that it mysteriously happened to wreck the whole thing.
Oh, the economy was great because of COVID for the pharmacy,
If
pharmaceutical.
you have a 401k or investments, if you're living on retirement like we are, I can tell you the difference in numbers.
Oh no,
Investments versus
yeah.
I can tell you how much money we lost. I'd hate to tell you how much money we lost between Trump and Biden on just living, cost of living, investments, retirement.
I got tired of reading my statements from my retirement account.
I don't even want to say how much we lost during Biden. And I'm pissed off. I hate these people that vote for these son of a bitches. They're globalists, okay? They're okay. I look at it, there's a big puppet master out there laughing his ass off. He says, "Oh, look at the flags that we're putting on the Capitol now." Okay? And this is he's just laughing his ass off. I might mention Soros and his son. But they are having a field day with how goofy shit is going on right now.
Oh, they're loving every minute of it. The goofier, the damn better. I saw where
it is crazy town.
Who's that male swimmer that couldn't beat any men, so he went over to women's? Well, he stole another title from a girl, and then I saw tonight where a girls' basketball team and I guess it was college or something refused to play because they had men on the women's.
Good. I hope they keep. They
Yeah, I hope every damn one of them does it.
Okay, all that aside, it's a bigger picture than that. They're trying to make
crazy shit normal.
The whole world.
Oh yeah, but that's always been. I mean, this is not unique. We are not a unique generation. It's a little more in our face.
The big picture.
Yeah, there's this stuff. Just read the Bible. Everything we're dealing with today.
Yep.
They're dealing with 2,000, 6,000, probably 56,000 million, billion, trillion years ago. Who knows how many times we've been regenerated? Yeah, as far as the planet goes and civilization. So I mean, we think we're unique. It's just like
the reason that Trump is unique is.
Remember when we were teenagers? We thought, when first time we were smoking a joint, we thought we were being really slick and everything. Then as we grew older, then our nieces and nephews are, I'm 57. So the ones who are like 30, when they first started drinking, they thought they were being slick, or they started smoking pot or whatever. Oh yeah, the cops wouldn't know this. And they're saying the same damn things that we were saying. Guess what? Our parents were saying the same damn thing. You want to know who one of the hottest women I've ever seen was? It was my grandma when she was on the back of my grandpa's Harley Davidson back in 1920 whatever. Yeah, when he used to do the TT races and stuff like that. Our generations is no more unique than those ones. It seems to, because we're the ones on the ground floor at the moment, we're seeing it. But the Romans were bitching about the same exact things we're bitching about now. Corrupt politicians, immoral attitudes, trying to make, if you want to be a freak, be a freak. More power to you. Hell, I'll but don't make me also have to participate in your freakhood, basically. And that's the way it's been for the last 10,000 years.
Well, history repeats, but what I'll say about Trump is he's the cog in the wheel nobody wants as far as the machine goes, the globalists go. And these other countries are figuring it out. Michigan has they have a whole community that is Arabic, right? Or Muslim, okay? Mm-hmm. Muslim. if you watch some interview, do you know what they did? They didn't want that flag, and they every state flag there has to be United States or the state flag. They took down that rainbow flag.
Mm-hmm. This is the first I'm hearing.
And now they're thinking, we voted for Biden before. Their whole community, all right, these are Muslims. Now they say we voted for Biden originally, but now we want our morals back and everything, and we're voting differently now.
Yeah, the mayor of that town come out and had a big speech about it.
That was amazing.
This is the first I'm hearing about it, but unfortunately,
what this community said that you would think wasn't like U.S. citizen type, or regular U.S. citizen type people, and they're saying the same thing. They're saying this bullshit. We're voting for Trump this time. We voted for Biden last time, and no more. We're done. We know the difference now. We know what's going on there.
I'm going to make a slight presumption here that everybody has a Judeo-Christian, heavily on the Christian side, morality base that we grew up in. Whether you're a believer or not, odds are your moral foundations are based on Christian teachings. And if we were to do the exact same thing that those Muslims had done, we would be told that we're terrorists and we're bad, and we'd be basically, figuratively chased out, tarred and feathered and chased out of town for doing the exact same thing from what you guys described to me, what the Muslim community was able to get away with. It's something because they're Muslims. Yeah. So,
but
more power to them as far as that goes. I mean, at least they're putting those people,
They have what was surprising was they have a certain moral ground on certain things, and they're like, no more. We're not putting up with it. There's not going to be any state or federal buildings with rainbow flags. We're going to have U.S. flags, POW flags, and the state flag. And I was like surprised. I'm like, hey, all right. You're almost there, even though a lot of you are voting for the wrong people. They're turning around now. They get it. And a lot of other countries are getting it now. This is a globalist. There's puppet masters out there just laughing their ass off. These countries were ruined by immigrants and woke generation and all that, and now people are realizing it's not working. It's bad. Crime is up. Everything is bad.
There's a certain level where you've made so much money. Yes, you want to continue making money. Now it's just on the scoreboard. The thing that makes you hot, that gives you the endorphin dump, is no longer looking at your bank account. It's doing the Soros thing where you're controlling people, doing the politician thing where you can control people. There are some people out there happy making $10,000 a year as long as they can shit all over somebody else. Yeah, they have a position power. Yeah, that's so that goes to what you're talking about there.
You got Hollywood, you got the media, you got the media in all the other countries that are liberal, and they don't tell you what's really happening and what's real. And now people have the internet where they can go to certain places and see the other side of the story, and they're like, wait a minute.
Hopefully you're seeing an accurate portrayal of these stories. Yeah. I don't,
Yeah, thanks.
There's on Rumble, I don't know if they're on YouTube. It's called the Dark Horse podcast. I think the guy's name is Lex. I can't think of the guy's name. I'm not going to sit here and try. But it's called the Dark Horse podcast. very highly intellectual husband. I think it's a husband and wife team, or at least they're a couple. They've been together for a long time. Jordan Peterson type intellectual conversations. Jordan Peterson has appeared on there before, and they were discussing about how sometimes the Democrats and the Republicans do it too. Politicians do it. The bureaucrats do it. They'll seed stuff out there just to make people look like fools. And it doesn't matter who's in charge. It doesn't matter Democrat, Republican, whatever. So you always have to watch, everything you see and you hear, unless you've actually seen it and you've actually tasted it. Don't, keep your watch out for them trying to play you for a fool also on both sides.
Well, I saw today that some, I don't know, hip hop star, something, whatever, came out and publicly said that he's voting for Harris because she's black. And I was thinking, does anybody want to tell him that she's not? And that statement in itself is kind of like saying, I'm going to let Bill Cosby watch my kids because he's black. Is that with or without the roofies?
Well, okay.
I'm not worried about, as far as I know, Bill Cosby's never diddled kids. Now, your wife, on the other hand.
Right.
But,
Okay. One of the biggest thing with the globalists is the race card, and let's use that as a weapon and all that. But there's a lot of people that are saying, wait a minute, I'm black, but I'm not buying this bullshit you're feeding me down my throat. Democrats have been promising blacks since Lincoln. Mm-hmm. And they've done nothing but screwed them. And now they understand. And so they pull the racist card, and they've been doing it in all the countries and everything. But now even these other countries are saying, wait a minute, we're seeing the light. This is bullshit. It's all propaganda. This is the best thing that Marxists do is use propaganda, and that's what they're doing. So right now, Trump that's running for president is a convicted felon. That's their biggest mojo to go after him. And how was he convicted as a felon? Through trumped up courts. And that's the oldest trick in the book when it comes to Marxism. And we should always be able to see above this crap.
My cousin, the one
cog in the wheel, okay? He's the cog in the wheel. Let's talk about RFK. RFK had to bite his tongue hard to go over to Trump's side. He had to bite his teeth so hard, but he knows what the other side, how bad they are. They're not the Democrats his dad and his, JFK grew up with. He had to bite his tongue so hard, but he knows the difference between this and this. Okay. And so you got him. And that should tell you a huge amount, because this guy, RFK, has standards. He has huge standards. I hate some of his policies, which are bullshit. However, I do like his food policies and his policies about the FBI, CIA, because you know what happened there. That's when all it started. And he went over to Trump, even though he had to bite his tongue and listen to Trump talking with his ego and everything. He was biting his tongue. However, this shows me integrity, because he knows what's right versus that. And that's why he's on that side. And
that's a perfect example of
here with some other technical crap, and you have a team that can save our freaking country right now.
Well, that's a perfect example of I don't have to like you as long as we can work well together.
I don't have to like you, but I know where you're going.
Right.
I know what's evil on this side, and that's why he bit his tongue. You
Exactly.
it. However, he does have integrity. He's got some really bad policies as far as Democratic liberal goes. However, he does have some really good policies. And I think he would be awesome on getting contamination out of our food and cleaning up the CIA. If Trump could stay true and keep him on his team and put him on those two spots, man, we got a good team. Then you get Elon in here on technical crap, and you have the Wonder Team. What do you have with Kamala? Cackle, cackle, cackle. I'm just going to talk about stuff that doesn't. I don't know what I'm talking about. You have her versus that. I'll take that all day long. I want the Dream Team.
I'm like I said, she might be rope-a-doping us at least a little bit, but
she couldn't interview. If you put Tucker on an interview with Camel Toe, he would tear her apart. She would her brain would explode. She could.
Well, yeah, but you know what? You put me in the same situation. I'm like, I do okay because we're just a bunch of guys sitting around bullshitting. But if I was having to do an interview, I'd just be like, and I'm not a genius. I probably have an IQ of about 90 at the best on a really good day. I don't know if I've hit my head too many times, but so just because somebody doesn't speak well doesn't necessarily mean that they're completely ignorant. Now, like I said,
she's a sweet talker. She couldn't answer the question. Were you better off during Trump where you are today? She couldn't answer that question. All she did was like, oh, I was born poor middle class. No, okay, no. Answer the freaking question.
I know, right? Now, my cousin out there in Oregon, he was telling me that he delivers fuel to gas stations. So next door to one of the gas stations he delivers to is the Democratic National Committee local district office. They have a big picture of Lincoln in there. Now, the DNC facility has a big picture of Lincoln in their window.
And was Lincoln a Democrat or a Republican?
So he's telling this story to a couple people. I think it was at the bank. So we're not talking, he's there cashing his check, and he was just like griping about this. Two people. Wait a minute. Lincoln wasn't a Democrat?
No.
Two people said that when he was telling that story. So it's not the politicians or the bureaucrats who are ignorant. It's us.
Well, they want everyone to be sheep, and that's what's going on around the world. And this is the problem with this Trump guy. He is a cog in the wheel. They do not, oh my God, they do not want him in there. And that's why we all got to vote for him. He's not playing the game. Okay. He's not making money off of kickbacks. Do you know how much money the Clintons and Biden, Obama made kickbacks alone?
I can't tell you down to the dollar, but they've made a lot of money. Of course, you have Michelle bitching about how the rich need to give up all their money. So
and then you got
all their houses.
Then you got your worst nightmare, a guy that doesn't even want to be paid for the presidency. He didn't get paid last time. He just wants to make the country straighten out again, and that's their worst night. Oh my God, that's a nightmare. And it is so easy. I don't see why people don't get it. They got to be super undereducated or not even. I'm not educated. They don't have common sense and don't even see what is going on. And right now, it's the world versus evil right now. Right now.
Jim, you hit on something that you're right about. There's only like 5 families in the world, very small amount of people that are controlling the world's combined wealth. And they're playing a game of Monopoly. And they're trying to knock each other out of it. And all the politicians and all the countries and stuff are all owned by these people. And these people are using everything as bargaining chips, just like, whatever the game is that they're playing. And ever since the end of the Cold War, we've been on a Cold War economy. Okay, and they never, ever, ever want that to ever stop. Ever. They want that to go on forever. They want that money and they want that wealth and that power to keep going on forever and ever and ever. It is the love of money. It is the lust that they have for money. They want to throw their money up in the air and it all lands out on the bed, and then they get naked, okay? And then they roll around in it until it sticks to their sweaty body.
Sounds kind of fun, actually.
That's what they no, really, that's what they want to do. They want to keep that going forever. They want it to go. They not only want to do it, they want their kids to do it and their grandchildren to do it forever and ever and ever, because it's the greatest feeling in the world when you have that sort of wealth and that sort of power. And that is what we are up against. Okay,
we are up against so much.
No, wait a minute. You only have to be so accurate with an atomic weapon. Whether you're 500, 1,000, 2,000 yards away from your target where you drop that, it's going to have the same effect whether you dropped it down the chimney. It doesn't matter. And so what they've done is they've manipulated the whole thing to accuracy. Oh, we can hit it within so many yards. We can do this. We can do that. And all this research goes into all these, atomic weapons and stuff like that. That's really kind of senseless. Anybody in their right mind could say, how accurate do you really need to be with that? That's the reason why that they took the 4 battleships, the Iowa class battleships. They took them out of service because they were capable of shooting, 20 to 25 kiloton projectiles out of the 16-inch barrels. They took those out because they wanted to invest more money into missiles and radar and all this other stuff and spend that money and make wealth for themselves. That's what it's all about.
Okay, we got Esau here. Hey, Esau, how's it going, buddy? All right, let's go back to the basics. All right, is it okay for people to kick in store windows and steal under $1,000? As long as it's under 1,000, it's okay to take. And this is what you're dealing with. Okay, this is the kind of garbage we're living with right now. As long as it's under $1,000, it's okay. You're fine. And how about immigrants getting better facilities than poor Americans that are law-abiding citizens, getting hotels and food and cars and driver's license, being able to drive when you don't know how to drive? Are we this stupid, people? I ask you this. It doesn't happen where I am because it wouldn't happen. Because of poo, you're done. However, it's happening in other states. Are we that stupid? Are we that stupid? I ask you,
there are some people out there that are.
I'll be back in a minute. Hisa, good to see you. I still got to, okay, Hisa, we're going to talk later. All right. I'll be back. But are we that stupid? Look at the chaos in certain states.
You
Look at who runs those states And
create the problem.
There
and
is
then come up
laughing his
with a
ass off.
solution for the problem.
The puppet master is laughing his ass off. Anyway, I'll be back.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just simple. The reason why they do that is it sows disharmony amongst the taxpayers and amongst the plebs. And then on top of that, you create a problem, then you come up with your solution for it. Oh yeah, it's going to cost you, the taxpayer, more money.
Yep.
And so, just the same thing with certain other items where, we're going to blow something all the way out of proportion, and a lot of people are going to make a lot of money. I'm not saying they had a plan down to the minute detail, but they knew the big enough picture that they can create enough chaos. And there's enough people out there that want the government to hold their hand and make make their life easier. So yeah, Big Brother exists because the people allow him to exist, and they want it, unfortunately.
Yep, unfortunately, it'd be that way. I'm going to be rude. I'm going to eat.
Enjoy a good meal. Then I'll try to pontificate and make myself seem more intelligent.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy things going on right now. I just can't wait for the next 38 days to be over.
There, one way, however, it breaks loose. I'm hoping that our side wins, but just whatever, just to be done with it for a few months would be nice.
One thing I do agree with you, Rollis, is that it's going to take a while for things to kind of bounce back. People, these companies going to want to make their money back. And again, I mean, these companies have taken advantage of ignorant people, and they don't realize that a lot of this stuff was created to make money. I mean, I have no doubt that there is a cure for cancer. And it's like, you get 3 injections and a couple of, a couple of x-rays at the doctor, boom, you're cured. That probably exists, but they make too much money off of it. They make
the biggest cure.
Another thing too, medical. One thing about the medical system too is that, what's coming down the road is that you're going to be handed a pamphlet, okay? And it's going to be your responsibility to deal with your insurance company from your doctor's office, okay, to enter all the codes for billing. And if any of those codes don't agree with your, insurance company, then it becomes your responsibility as the consumer to navigate all of that with the people that you went and got your medical service from. They're making billing companies a thing of the past because it costs these great big hospitals and medical facilities too much money to run a billing facility. That's why a lot of the billing companies that you have nowadays are overseas. Because they just don't want to pay the money for billing and stuff. And the next step is they're going to hand you this pamphlet. It's going to have all the barcodes in it, and you're going to have to fight or whatever. If any of that gets rejected, it's going to become your responsibility. You'll have to have a credit card attached to your medical billing, and they will bill that credit card until it's maxed out, and then they'll take you to court, and they will start processing you for non-payment. And the next thing you know, you've got bill collectors after you, taking you to court. They just do not want to deal with it anymore. Period.
Patriot Paul, I do a shot of iodine every morning. I don't know if it's helping or not, but I don't think it can hurt. But when Susan fell and broke her arm a couple weeks, 6-8 weeks ago, wherever it was now, we went to the one of the emergency urgent cares just down the road here. From the time we checked in to the time they took the X-rays, wrapped her arm up, and left, maybe an hour and a half, $10,000. Fortunately, the insurance covered it. Yeah, covered quite a bit of it. But
Wow.
yeah, I mean, just literally for the doctors who were wonderful, but they did 20 minutes worth of work. And, between the x-rays and the wrapping and just the exam and all that, it was well over $10,000 just to walk in there and get that done. That didn't count her having to go to another doctor this was a Saturday night. She had to go to another doctor on Monday and get an actual cast put on, because they just did a temporary wrap, and they said you need to go see and like I said, that was a $10,000 bill right there just for that part of it. And
doctors and lawyers, bottom of the ocean right now.
All doctors and lawyers except for mine. I love my lawyer. I hate your lawyer.
Well, I don't have a lawyer. And I don't have a doctor. There we go. Well, my own anyway. I refuse. Anyway. Okay, they're talking about flour. I thought the problem with flour, white flour, was the bleach. So Patriot Paul is talking about iodine and some crap, whatever. I'd like to have some old Indian flour or Aztec flour, whatever.
Supposedly, iodine helps with helps with mental cognitive, helps with your brain. Alex Jones sells it. That he has a formula. There's other formulas out there. I picked some up off of Amazon, and I've been using it. I don't know if it's doing anything better or not, but the biggest problem with our medical care is all the diabetes water we drink. That's on us as much as it is on the manufacturers. It's all the crap in the food, like they're saying about the flour and everything, all the processed sugar, everything like that.
The dyes, the yellow dye. And this is why I want. I'm not a big. Half of Kennedy's policies I do not agree with, but on the food policies he's got, I think he should be put in charge of that. And that's why I'm hoping Trump doesn't blow him off and say, oh, I got elected, now you're not. No, I want him to give him a true position on the food thing, because Kennedy is very passionate about this, even though I don't agree with all his policies. He knows what's going on the food industry, and he could clean that up. I think that's would be huge. And then
I haven't studied much. I haven't studied much about how's he fall on mandatory vaccines, and what's his opinion about vaccines.
He hates vaccines.
Okay.
He thinks it's you can watch. You can actually go to his channel and watch what he talks about.
You have a channel? Yeah.
He totally is against vaccines, but he has very good information on all the poisons that are in our foods, especially with coloring dyes, what they did to flour. Believe it or not, what they spray on grapes and strawberries, which if you would think that grapes and strawberries are healthy and you're going to eat them, right? You think it's healthy. Grapes and strawberries, according to RFK, has the worst sprayed pesticides than most other foods. So there you go.
I'm not. That does not surprise me. But the most toxic thing that the American people stick in their body every day, even whether you know it or not, is the high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, but anyway, he breaks down a lot of things on food. And I was surprised with grapes and strawberries. They have the most pesticides sprayed on them, and they're terrible for you. My wife loves grapes and strawberries. And then he goes on to all the other products that are in your food. You can actually go to his channel.
Yeah.
And I'm an independent, but I watch all sides, right?
Exactly.
And that's why I respect Kennedy. He's very passionate about this. And I never liked the Kennedys, ever, even when I was a kid. However, he is right. And he's got a passion about this. And I hope Trump doesn't blow him off and actually puts him in those positions to clean it up. Europeans will not eat a lot of our foods. Okay. In Europe, our foods are banned because of the dyes or the pesticides, whatever. They have to fit a certain thing. All we have to, and he said it's really easy. You can switch over to natural dyes. I really don't give a crap what my food color looks like.
Right.
If I'm eating cereal, I don't care what color it is. Keep the dyes out of my frickin' cereal.
Use real sugar.
That are killing you. All right?
Or eat honey, actually.
So here's the deal. He's saying the Europeans have already banned a lot of our foods. You can't get a lot of our foods over there because of the dyes or what we're using on the food. There's is change that. Now, I know Trump doesn't like regulations. This is the hard part. However, they can get together and say, hey, this isn't going to cost more if you made your food look more bland or if you use natural dyes. I think Trump and him can get together on that. And this is going to be a big conflict between the two because Trump doesn't like regulations and he wants regulations on the farming and the coloring and what they're putting in our food. And I really think, I'm hoping right now that they could get along on this and it won't cost more money to use natural colors in your food or whatever that doesn't kill you. Did you know that yellow dye comes from oil or coal? And the food companies figured out cheaper to make yellow out of oil, which all that has a backlash on your body. So everything you're eating, Fruit Loops or whatever you're eating with yellow and different colors in there, are really bad for you. And he has a good point. So I'm liking this bonding between him and Trump because he's got a huge passion on what your kids eat.
Right.
I'm talking RFK. And Trump, even though he's a bad eater, he drinks Cokes and everything, which is bad for you. He will agree with this. And I hope they get this done. I really hope Trump doesn't blow him off on this. All right. I'm neutral. I go with whoever's right. And these guys are right. If these two could get together and get the food processed right, you'd be a lot better off. Do you know what's in McDonald's food? Oh my God, you can't eat anything. I used to love a Big Mac and fries. No.
The last couple times I've had McDonald's, it's not even so much the quality of the food. Believe me, I've eaten some horrible food.
I've seen videos.
It just doesn't have any taste. It doesn't even have any, it's like, how can you have bacon that doesn't have any flavor?
No, it's not that. It's how they make the bun, how they do the meat, all the ingredients. If you knew, I've seen videos broken down by chemists, what's in a McDonald's meal, you would be blown away. And this is what Kennedy is working at. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not a Kennedy fan whatsoever. Even though through the 60s, everything. He is on to something here, and he's right. And you got to go with what's right. And if Trump will not, I hope to God he doesn't blow him off after the election and say he wins. He blows Kennedy off. No, he should put him in charge of the food and pesticides and the CIA. Please put Kennedy in part of that. Keep control of him so he doesn't get too wacko.
Right.
Left. Keep control of him, but let him do it. Let him go. He's a pit bull on this stuff, and he's right about this. If you look at what's in our food today, oh my God, you would.
My water jug is an old fruit juice thing, and I was just looking at the.
I hope you got well water because.
Well, actually, I do. Yeah.
Okay.
But and I guess I haven't looked into it. I'm just as like third-hand information, but there's more and more information about what the hell is it? Now you didn't show the girl.
Damn it, man!
But the yeah, I mean, just look at this fruit juice, which is 3% juice. Has more friggin' chemicals in it than my friggin' gas tank does.
Yep, that's exactly what you need. I know what's in my food.
Okay, I'm gonna hop back off and eat this thing now. But Tin Man wanted a shot.
You enjoy, you bastard.
Pat, you're killing us. You're killing us,
You
Pat.
enjoy, you freaking bastard.
We were waiting for you to show the girl behind the counter again. But,
Yeah, well, I don't look at her. I just look at that big stack of pork.
Speaking of big stack, well, that's a big stack of chicken. I'm fixing to turn into a barbecue sandwich.
All right.
Okay, different subject, but along the same lines. I'm watching that Johnny B. He's doing his memes and stuff.
Yeah.
Throws up a meme. It has a hot chick laying on the bed, all stretched out, and the guy's sitting there looking at his guns. Johnny's going, "Oh, don't look at girls. Just concentrate on guns." And I look over at Susan. She's sitting next to me while we're watching this. I'm there. Why not have the girls in your right hand and have the guns in your left hand and have the best of both worlds? Yeah, that's my little pet peeve. Yeah, just my mindset.
You know the guy that came out and he troubleshot my internet problems and gave me the new modem and all that stuff. I talked to him a little bit, and he's a guy. He's a little older than me. He's 67, and I found it kind of surprising. I was like, God, you're 67, man. What are you doing still working? And yeah, I asked him, and he was saying, yeah, I got to work until I'm 72, blah blah blah. And he goes on to all this thing about the plan that he has with him and his wife, doing a reverse mortgage on their home and all this other stuff. And I cautioned him about that. I've known people that have done that. I've known a couple of people who have done that. And you really got to read the fine print on that stuff, because they can take the equity out of your what they're giving you to do repairs to the house that they seem fit at any time. So, like, if they're paying you over the next 10 years, on your reverse mortgage, they can come out there with a clipboard and say, "Oh, you need a new roof." Boom, there goes $20,000-$30,000 of your equity. You have to pay for that. They don't. See, and so I was kind of cautioning him about that. He said he's going to look into it and stuff, but still, it all boils down to this: they want to keep you working as long as they can to pay those taxes, to pay those prices, to pay all of that stuff, because you're their little mule. Okay, you're the guy that is toting around the wheelbarrow with all the bricks in it for all the all the gold diggers out there that are taking advantage of it. And the bottom line is, they want to kill you off. They don't want to pay retirement. They don't want to pay any of that crap. They're like, I'm telling you, it's.
I plan to die on the job.
We've got a huge domestic problem that way, and my grandparents retired and were collecting Social Security at 55. Now, if they turned around and said, oh, well, you got to wait until you're, 62, and to get the full benefit, you have to be 66 or whatever. They would have beat on their, congressman's desk, say, oh, hell no. But somehow or another, a lot of people just figure everything's going to be great, and and they just got their focus on the sunset, the United States, and everything's going to be just great. Everything's going to be fine. And you know what? We're just being used. That's it.
Well,
we're being used.
I plan to die on the job, like I said, but I plan to be that money that I'm getting for the work I'm doing is not to pay mortgages or car payments or, other than just your normal living expenses. And then the Social Security and when I'm 60, my retirement fund will be broken because I'm paying my mortgage off with that. Then they'll free up that extra money to dump right back into the retirement fund. Like I said, I plan to work till literally, I'm gonna have the robot exoskeleton holding me together, because I'm 150 years old and I'm sitting there checking trucks and at the working as a security guard or whatever. Just because if I'm not doing something, I become very lazy very quickly. Yep. And I'll become 500 pounds, probably start smoking and drinking again and all that stuff. And then, but remember I said earlier about
Jim, you know what? You can take the boy out of Seattle, but you can't take the Seattle out of the boy, and you still got it, pal. You've got that culture, man. That's why you and me get along. We're from the same place. We totally get it towards each other.
I want to know how old are you, Patriot Paul? Come on now, tell me how old you are. Are you an old guy like me? Come on now, we're still kicking. We have pesticides, smoking, drinking, and I'm still kicking. I can't believe I'm this old right now.
And water.
And I'm working on another year here, and if I make it, I was like, oh yeah. Anyway, Patriot Paul, how old are you? Pat?
Jim, the thing is, once you retire and you don't have to work anymore and you have independent, financial support coming in, it takes you a while to adjust, but then you start looking around and you start realizing this is the reason why rich people want to stay rich. This is the reason why people want that wealth. They don't want to work. They don't want to be tied up to that anymore. They've broken the chains and they don't want to go back. They want to go to the grocery store when they want to. They don't want to have to take the day off work for anything. To them, work is below them. And once you retire and you've got independent, money coming in, that you don't have to work for, you actually see the world in a different way. It's a whole new world. And you think to yourself, wow, man, what a scam. All those years, 35, 40 years I worked, and I was out there in the rat race, beating my head against the wall, trying to make ahead. Once you get out of that, man, I'm telling you, you see the whole world in a whole different way. I think it's healthier. That, once you retire. A lot of people will say, "Oh no, I need something to do." It's like what Rollins was saying. I'll get lazy and fat and everything. No, you won't. You won't. I guarantee it. You won't. You'll see the world in a whole new different way. You'll be able to go out and do what you want when you want. And the bottom line is, you won't have that stress. Stress is the number one killer that kills everybody.
Okay. Let me talk. I was gonna say I want to quote Jimi Hendrix, live your life the way you want to. However, he died young. However, again, he was killed. He was waterboarded with a bottle of wine. If you guys want to get into that conspiracy, I can talk about that. Jimi Hendrix was murdered. All right.
Let me throw this out here. That I want to hear this, but
Jimi Hendrix said he wanted to live your life the way you want to, and that's what counts. Okay, but he was killed. He was murdered.
When it comes to what my plan is for retirement,
so was Patton. Patton was killed off because he knew who the swamp was at the time. They killed him off. He knew where all were, and he was going to walk right in to Congress and say, "You see that fucker over there? You see him? You see them? Okay, look at all this." He would have blew the whole fucking lid off of it.
Patton was definitely killed Clinton style. Yeah, I agree.
He was killed because of what he knew and what he knew on other people. He was all part of that. And he wasn't an educated man either. He was not an educated man. He learned by the tough rule of the hard knocks and calling it the way he's seen it, and calling it true. That's why they killed him off.
Now,
Rullis, you wanted to know how Jimmy had.
When I retire, it's going to be work for a month, make some money, then take a month off and go do stuff. Susan wants to travel. I want to travel, stuff like that. And when I say travel, I mean actually go see stuff, not just drive past that 64.5 miles an hour. So, that's, like I said. So now, please tell me about Jimi Hendrix being murdered. This is me all interested.
Okay, let me get plugged in on camera here. All right, you want to know how Jimi Hendrix was killed? It's a long story. Okay, back in the 60s, people that manage groups took all the money from the musicians, okay? You know this, right?
Yeah. So
they took a huge percent. Same with Elvis. He got a huge percent taken away from him from the manager, right? Okay, so the manager from Jimi Hendrix, he actually was involved. Okay, now you're walking away.
I'm just closing the door. I'm listening to you.
Son of a bitch! He walks away.
I'm right here.
Let's see. Let's see. Uncle Jim 3 Conspiracy Hour.
Yeah.
Okay, true story. Chaz Chandler was his manager. No, one of them was from. Okay, anyway. All right. Here's the story on Jimi Hendrix. He was making a lot of money with his regular, popular top whatever record hits. Okay. His manager was always affiliated with the mafia from day one. And he took over Jimi Hendrix and he said, okay, we're going to sign you and do all this. And Jimmy never got his money, okay? For some reason, it's just like Democrats right now. He never got his money for all the touring he did, just like other bands and all that. So anyway, Jimmy decided to change his band and go on to a different type of music, which wasn't pop charts, right?
Okay.
And you can look this up. So his manager, I think it was Chaz Chandler, and I've done total research on this, so I know. Anyway, when he died, supposedly of taking sleeping pills and some wine, he just died in his sleep and vomited in his bed, right?
Right.
That is the story. His girlfriend went out to get cigarettes after she couldn't revive him. She couldn't wake him up. She decided to go get some cigarettes and come back. Anyway, his manager was a mafia type deal. When she comes back, he choked out and vomited all over himself and he died, right? According to the forensics, and I've read many books, I've seen lots of info on this. However, according to the thing, he had wine all over his chest, and he had taken, while she was gone, he mysteriously woke up and took more sleeping pills and drank wine. Why, she couldn't even get him awake. Okay.
Right.
He was waterboarded by the manager because the manager wanted to keep him keeping his same music without going to the new music he was trying to do. And, they were pissed off and they wanted to keep the same revenue coming in on the money. He had a team come in and they waterboarded him. They put wine down him and choked him out. Okay, so there's no reason for the forensics to have wine all over the place when his stomach said different. And they waterboarded him with wine until he drowned. And that is the true story on Jimi Hendrix. I swear to God, you guys can look it up.
Right.
Day long. And witnesses say 3 people came to the door. And they took over, stuck the wine bottle down his mouth while he was unconscious, and made him drown. And that is what happened to Jimi Hendrix.
This is the first time I've heard that. I mean,
they did not want him to change because he changed his music. He went to a different band and everything. He wanted the popcorn stuff. What do you call bubbles? They wanted the same bubblegum. What do you call it? Mainstream music,
right?
The chart stuff. And he didn't want to do that anymore. And if you look at his manager, one time they kidnapped Jimi Hendrix and they took him to a warehouse and they said, no, if you read the books and all that stuff on Jimi Hendrix, he actually was kidnapped and they tried to keep him to the same top of the charts music. Anyway, they ended up, his manager made all the money off of Hendrix, just like Elvis.
Mm-hmm.
He was making the money. Jimmy had no money. The whole time he was popular and top of the charts, he had zero money. And he was doing Electric Ladyland in the studio. He did a studio, and his manager hated that. But he was part of the mafia. And what they did was Jimi Hendrix died by being waterboarded with a bottle of wine stuck down his neck. And that's why he had all the wine over his chest. And there was never good forensics on this.
Right.
And his girlfriend went out for cigarettes. Why, she couldn't revive him? Are you kidding me? No. It's the same thing as Biden and bullshit. If you look into it, Jimi Hendrix was murdered.
Right.
Because he wanted to change his music.
Okay, yeah, like I said, this is the first time I've heard about this particular story.
No, you can look into it. It's.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not arguing with you. It's just the first time. Cause, I just always grew up while he OD'd or died on his from throwing up from being too drunk and drugged out and everything.
No, I totally looked into this stuff, and he was waterboarded with a bottle of wine. And there's no reason to have all that wine over himself before he vomited and all that.
And you know what?
Three guys came into the room and they stuck a bottle down his mouth and just, while he was out, and they just choked him out. They drowned him. And that's what happened to Jimi Hendrix.
And I thought I've heard all the rock and roll type conspiracy. Kurt Cobain, supposedly he was murdered.
Here's the bummer. Eric Clapton bought a guitar for Jimi Hendrix, and he was going to give it to him like a day or two later, and he already died. And Eric Clapton has a interview how he was going to give him this guitar, left-handed Fender, and Jimmy was already dead. He bought the guitar to give him as a gift. He was going to give it the next day. He was waterboarded with a bottle of wine, and that's the real story. He did take sleeping pills because he always took them.
Right.
However, he never died until they stuck that bottle in his mouth, and there's no reason to have wine all over his chest. And when they test his gut and everything, it did not go with the story whatsoever. And there you go. You can look at it.
That's a new one for me. So cool.
Oh, I'm a huge Jimmy fan, and I know I went through all this stuff. You can probably find it and look it out, but he was murdered. And I also think, what's his name from the Rolling Stones was drowned. So there you go.
And I thought I've heard all the rock and roll murder mystery.
No, you look up that one and look up Rolling Stones. He drowned in his swimming pool, similar time, by the way, and he was also killed. The guy that started the Rolling Stone, why can't I think of him? John Jones? Oh, fuck. Anyway.
But then Janis Joplin died like a week later.
Who?
Janis Joplin, or
there was like 3 or 4 people that died all at the same time at the same age.
Yeah.
Janis Joplin.
Age 29, wasn't it?
Janis Joplin.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Jimmy was killed for sure. And same with who started the Rolling Stone? Now I can't even think. Who started the Rolling Stones, people? Gosh darn it. I went brain dead.
Now I just pulled up, I just typed into YouTube Jimi Hendrix murdered, and there is some stuff popping up. So that'll give me something to watch tomorrow night when I'm going to work.
Yeah. And also the creator of the Rolling Stones, why can't I remember his name right now? Gosh darn it. I'm so bad.
Brian Jones?
Yes. He started the Rolling Stones, and he drowned in his swimming pool mysteriously because Mick Jagger and Keith Richards wanted to take over the band.
Well,
so you can look that one up also. They did not want him in there whatsoever. He had a drug problem. He got drunk and he had a drug problem. He didn't come to studios. He had issues when they were playing. And
they just basically push him out, but because he still
they pushed him out because
but he owned
Mick Jagger and Keith Richards were buddies. And guess what? Neither one went to his funeral.
Huh.
Only the bass player went, who liked him.
Yeah, but then he also just like owned a portion of the Stones. So
look up the video with the bass player talking about him and how the band tried to oust him out, even though he created the Rolling Stones and he named the band the Rolling Stones. And there's another one for you, and it all happened within the same era. And Janis Joplin, of course, she probably OD'd. So, yeah, there you go. So if you want conspiracy theories, Jimi Hendrix was waterboarded. He definitely was killed for sure. His manager was the worst nightmare, mafia infiltrate. He was involved with the mafia. He was the worst guy to be a manager, and they killed Jimi Hendrix, and then you got the Rolling Stones, and a lot of deaths after that, and they called it overdose.
Right.
But why does he have all this wine out in front and his stomach didn't have what they say it did? Yeah, it's all bullshit. So there you go. There's another conspiracy from Uncle Jim. But if you look deep into it, if you can get info really deep like I have, you'll know what happened. His girlfriend was a nurse. His girlfriend, Jimi Hendrix's girlfriend, was a nurse, and she couldn't wake him up, and she went out and bought cigarettes.
Yeah, you'd think she'd know a little better than that, huh?
When she comes back, yeah, there you can read about that.
I'm gonna let the dogs out of the room. I'll be right back.
All right. But the whole reason is just like politics. They didn't like the music he was going to. He changed his band. Okay. He went to the Band of Gypsies. So he changed his band. He got rid of Nick and Noel. Actually, he kept one of them. But he went to the Band of Gypsies, and they didn't want that. It wasn't pop star, top of the charts. And they killed him. And the reason they did was he can keep the contract and the money coming, and yet killed Jimi Hendrix. And that's what happened. And if you don't believe that, you haven't seen all the evidence.
You know, like I said, this is the first time I've heard that particular thing.
Yeah,
that'll give me something to do a dive into.
It was originally him and Mitch and Noel, and then Chas Chandler, I think, was it? I don't want to. I think it was Chas Chandler was a manager, but he was affiliated with the mob, and they wanted money, and they didn't want him to change his band on the charts, and that's what happened.
Now, as far as conspiracies go, what I find a little bit frustrating is I don't care who shot Kennedy, whether it's Oswald, whether it's the smoking man, whether it's zombie space aliens. It's the people who shot Kennedy was the Federal Reserve, because he was going over to what they call the Red Seal dollars, and that's and nobody ever talks about that. They'll talk about everybody else. They'll blame Cuba, they'll blame the CIA, they blame everybody, but it was actually the friggin' Federal Reserve that had him, taken out.
I thought it was the CIA. It wasn't Oswald. The original rifle was a Mauser. The deputy sheriff who first saw the rifle in the book depository room, he said it said Mauser caliber on it. And there's actually a picture of a guy bringing out a Mauser out of the base floor, and then they changed it to a Carcano.
Right.
And that deputy had a bomb explosion in his car after he saw, he witnessed the rifle and talked about it. And they tried to kill him 2 more times. He finally got killed with 2 shots to the chest. According to them, was a suicide. 2 shots to the chest with a rifle. So there you go there.
In other words, he hung himself while he shot himself.
No, and if anyone believes that Carcano was the final shot that blew his head up, they're crazy. It was a front shot, and it was probably a 222 Remington.
Yeah, and like I said, whoever pulled the trigger, whoever. The people behind it, there's a lot of people who benefited from it. CIA, Cuba, all these, the Vietnam War proponents and stuff. But it was the Federal Reserve is the ones who were the ones who wanted him gone, because he was messing with their control of the cash of the money flow.
Well, the original, I forget the deputy's name. You could watch it on YouTube. His interviews, he is rock solid. He doesn't give a shit. He said what he saw, and it said Mauser on the barrel. So it was a caliber, it wasn't a 6.5 Carcano. Anyway, and you'll notice when they found the shells, they were lined up in the room, which isn't how a bolt action works.
Right.
Okay. There is so much. And Trump was supposed to release the final evidence, and that's RFK wants the final evidence released. And he said that Trump will promise him he will release it this time, because they never released the actual documents on that. So the RFK is still wondering what the hell. However, he saw, if you're still here, he saw something different on the barrel than 6.5 Carcano. And they switched the guns, and that brass wasn't sitting there the whole time. All right. That's not how your bolt action brass. No. And if you believe in the magic bullet that went through everything and turned out pristine, and it
did a reverse and came back a couple times,
ended up on the table in the hospital, are you freaking kidding me? That bullet should have at least a dent in it. No, that wasn't a 6.5 Carcano. And that headshot, all you guys know, it came from the front, and it was a lighter, faster bullet. If you don't believe that, I don't know what to tell you. If you've blown anything up, I don't know what to tell you.
Are you talking about Kennedy?
That wasn't the same bullet that came out through his neck and did nothing.
You're talking about Kennedy, right?
The next shot blew his whole head off. And if you think that was the same caliber from the same angle, you guys don't know anything about blowing up shit.
Let me tell you, the person that shot Kennedy and killed him was the CIA guy driving the limo.
No.
Okay, well, there's video that shows him turning around and shooting him.
Okay, all right. I've looked into this in depth. There's a conspiracy about the driver shooting him, and also Jackie O shooting him. Did you see the Jackie O one?
Yeah, but
she goes up and looks at him and boom, hits him. No, both of those are bullshit. Both of those are bullshit.
Well, the world will never know.
It came from the room, it came from the building, and it came from the grassy. And the headshot came from front on. And you guys know that if you know anything about shooting.
Well, we know the SS has a bad habit of at least not protecting their people that they're supposed to. So
that wasn't a 6.5 Carcano that did the headshot. Not at all. You saw the next shot come right out the front, right? How about this? No, it blows out the back. Anyone can tell you that. So CIA could, involved with the mafia. Both hated them. Both wanted to get rid of them. They could get together. It's kind of like the Trump thing right now. So there you go. Luckily, Trump did get hit because they were stupid shots. They were dumbass.
The first shooter. I'm sorry. I know it's the popular thing to say. Oh well, he was a lousy shot, cheap gun, all that stuff.
No, that gun, easy.
The first shooter in Pennsylvania, that was just sheer luck that President Trump turned his head when he did.
So easy to take that shot with the same setup. So
yeah,
easy.
it was just pure luck. Yeah, providence, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Everybody likes to and oh well, he failed his high school shooting team. Okay, yeah, but 5 years later, he was shooting perfectly fine at the club that he went to 40 times in 1 year. Yeah, and he was the kid knew how to shoot. Yeah, just because you failed, I failed my first driving test. Well, now I have over 3 million miles under my belt. Yeah.
Yeah, and how many average shooters could make that shot? Easy.
It was just sheer luck that he didn't. Yeah, he didn't die.
And here's the weird thing: they washed all the blood down, and burned his body. What do you call it? Cremated him right away. So there you go.
Yeah, it's all a bunch of never mind.
And the same with Kennedy. They buried him, and they did do forensics on the skull and the particles because that headshot was a fast bullet, and it wasn't that 6.5 Carcano that they showed. That was a exploding bullet, and it was a fast bullet that took out Kennedy. So that's a bunch of bullshit too. We're all falling for the puppets here, and they did that early on. They started this shit way back. And that's why RFK is on Trump's team right now. He knows what's going on. He doesn't trust the CIA or anything. And I really appreciate, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of RFK because he has policies that suck. However, he's showing integrity and he's biting his tongue and he's like, hey, we gotta fix this shit. So he's going to the side he would never think he would. And I gotta give him credit for this. Big time. I'm a fan of RFK right now. Even though half his policies suck, like reparations for slavery and all that. No. Why should we pay for that? No. I didn't have slaves. Why do we pay for that? Anyway.
None of my people were even in this country when that was going on.
Yeah. So, but he does have some really, if you take away some of his policies, he's got really good policies. So I'm neutral. I look at everything and I'm an independent. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat because both sides suck. They're all bought and paid for.
Well, the main reason I'm a registered Republican is just simply so from the primaries come in there, I can have at least maybe a little bit of an effect. Yeah, because
I'm independent, and they can't throw my vote in the garbage can because they don't know. That's why I'm an independent. You know what I mean? If you're a Republican, they can throw yours in the garbage can.
No, they probably throw it in the garbage can anyways.
But on an independent, they don't know where to throw it. That's why I'm an independent.
I don't know. It's going to be a interesting next month.
Well, Kyle, your state better frickin' come through. I don't want this bullshit from. Hey, I don't want to say this, Kyle, but I don't want this bullshit from your state and Michigan and.
Well, I mean, the problem with Georgia is not the state of Georgia; it's the city of Atlanta.
There's 3 counties.
Yeah, there's. Yeah, fortunately, they all tend to go conservative, but with Florida, it's basically Miami, the Orlando area, and then you might as well say Jacksonville. Yeah, fortunately, all of them tend to skew. Even the Republicans, the Democrats tend to skew a little bit on the conservative side. So,
Kyle, just I hope your state pulls through this time because
oh hell,
we lost him.
There he is.
Well, are you there? Oh wow, you popped up automatically.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened, but
okay, Kyle, I got major problems with your state, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Yeah,
and Michigan. They're all screwed up.
Well, once again, Pennsylvania it's Philadelphia. Even Pittsburgh isn't really that much of a factor. It's
Pennsylvania. No, Pennsylvania is a horror. I'm sorry.
But the biggest problem in that state is Philadelphia. The other major cities, which would be just Pittsburgh, maybe Harrisburg.
Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh's weird. It's I've never made a really good line. It's heavy Democrat, heavy Union Democrat. That's.
I hate swing states. I hate them to death.
Well, Georgia's put in a lot of new stuff against all odds, but they're clearing out all the voter registries, and voter IDs required now. And
yeah, I'm hoping for all those states right now. Michigan is still fucked up.
Well, they say that everything's got to be counted by midnight. Period.
Okay, I got hope for you, Kyle.
And well, I do too.
You know what happened last time.
You do.
All right, I got hope for you, Kyle. I got hope for you, good old boys down there.
We're gonna do everything we can.
Pennsylvania. Oh.
Well, the problem is Pennsylvania is being fed such a load of bullshit. They don't even know what to think anymore.
Yeah, Wisconsin. Screw you guys, you cheese fucking heads. They're so close. Why do you have so many electoral votes compared to us? I can't stand it. It drives me nuts.
It comes back to having enough warm bodies in there to be counted. Here's something interesting.
Until they put more immigrants in the states.
Here's something. Let's go back a few years. When Susan and I bought our new house, I owned the property, and I tore down the old. I bought basically a junk house with the idea of tearing it down. Get the property paid for, tear it down, and we put a nice double wide on it. And it was on a brick foundation. It was on a concrete foundation. I had a 1,500 square foot or 3,000 square foot. I forget how. It was a big ass basement on the foundation. But because they brought it in on wheels, it was still considered a modular home. No big deal. Well, when President Obama was president, this was right during the 2010 the 2010 census. Well, they weren't allowed to count us through regular methods, and we were never counted because we lived in a trailer, according to the government. And so for that particular, at least that particular census, we didn't get counted because we lived in the country, we lived in, the particular county we lived in was actually skewed about 50-50. So, but it was just, they just considered anybody in a trailer not to be, Democrat Party worthy. And so, they were able to redo the districts a little bit. So this was something I found a little bit interesting.
Well, Kyle, keep Georgia going.
I'm going to do everything that I can do. Matter of fact, I plan on being first in line on the 14th for early voting.
Mm-hmm.
And Rollis, where are you again? I forgot.
I'm down in Florida. Our early voting starts sometime in October.
Okay, Florida has definitely turned red, so that's good.
Yeah.
More than pink. They used to be in between, so that's good.
There's one chick I know, and she voted for Biden the last election. She's our fuck that. She matter of fact, she called us when President Trump was shot. She called and let us know what was going on, and she was just screaming about it. And because
I think Florida is definitely gone more conservative than a split state, so that's good. Definitely. They're sick of the crap. Even the Cubans and stuff that live over there, they're like, no, we're tired of this.
The Cubans were always notorious for being conservative anyways, because of their histories. So the last people you had to worry about were Cubans for at least. Yeah, I even knew that when I was a teenager. Yeah.
Yeah, the Cubans know what they went through and they don't want to see it here. Yeah. And that's why. They already know what it's like. So we don't have a bunch of people watching tonight because we're talking politics all night. Well, but they should listen to this crap, okay? They should be listening anyway.
That is true, sir. That is true.
And if not, it's your problem. Be a sheep and let the country go to hell. All right. Yeah, screw you. If you're not watching, screw off. You want to be a sheep, be a sheep. If you don't look into stuff, you're not getting it.
Well, the last hour has been really good conspiracy stuff, actually. Just start your own midnight show.
Well, the Hendricks and the Kennedy thing was bogus. So
Coast to Coast with Uncle Jim.
Look up. Hey, do all your research on both of those. Kennedy's an easy one. Same with Hendricks. He was definitely killed off because they didn't want him to change his style and his band, which he wanted to do. He wanted to separate from his mafia manager, and he would have none of that. He was like, I'm going to kill you before you go there. And he wanted to split off with his manager.
Is your garage haunted?
That's why he was killed.
Is your garage haunted?
No.
Okay.
No hauntings here.
I saw something fly behind you. It could have been some kind of light reflection.
It was Batman.
Jeez. I don't know. It could be old engines, whatever. No.
Hobby, please vote as many times as you can. Preferably in Philadelphia. Because I think you're probably going to skew the direction we want you to skew.
Well, Hobbies, you got to take care of your guy. Definitely take care of your guy, Hobby. Because you're right next to us and it's bad. So we don't want to turn into all that crap. I'm going to live free. I'm going to live free until I die, and I'm going to fight for it. So whatever you bring, we're fighting. We're done. We're not putting up with this. No. We're fighting. If there's no way, oh my gosh, I don't even want to think about it. Wes Covina is still here. His camera's off. I have 6 or 8 mail-in ballots. Oh my God. Yeah, what is with Nevada? Why are they pink? Why are they almost wishy-washy? Pat, you might have to buy another house that's more red. Yeah, Nevada. I can't figure that out.
What are they doing?
Maybe the water line has to come closer. I don't know, Pat. Get it done.
Get it done for society.
I want the ocean line a certain percentage, but I want Pat and Uncle John to live. So back off a little bit and come down so we have a coast of water, ocean. I don't know. Sorry, guys. But Pat, you're on the border. I hate those swing state things. I hate them. Can't stand them. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. What do they call that? The blue wave? Screw you guys. Get red. You dumbasses.
Oh, Jesus.
I never purged the voter roll. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to call it a night. I'm getting tired. I gotta get up in the morning. I got shit to do.
Me too. We'll wait till Ross comes back.
I will.
I'm very frustrated with swing states. I can't stand them. Michigan, Wisconsin. You can forget about Minnesota. They're toast.
Well,
give me some states, people. Wake up. Georgia is kind of, but I'm hoping for Georgia this year. They're kind of screwed, but we'll see. I'm sick of these swing states.
Well, I mean, that's what it boils down to. It's sad, but it's true. It's true, and that's what they're doing is just trying to manipulate votes in swing states. I mean, somebody mentioned it earlier and said that's why they're trying to force all this, jump through citizenship and all that. That way they can get them a driver's license, because in most of the swing states, that's all you need to vote. You don't have to be a citizen or anything like that.
Well, what really bugs me is everyone's moving to Texas, and there goes Leon, son of a bitch. Texas is almost pink. I can't believe it. What the hell? Everyone's moving to Texas to, get better tax relief and all that, but they bring their stupid votes with them.
Well, you also got to look at the fact that the polls that you're seeing aren't exactly the polls that.
No, I look at I look at actual different polls. I look at like 8 polls, and it's actually better than what the media wants you to tell. So, but yeah, Texas. Why is it kind of half color? Texas, of all country, of all states. Texas, get your Bowie knives out and start gutting people. People, please. Get your Bowie knives out and start gutting people. I can't believe Texas. All right. We are just the flyover states that don't matter because we're deplorables.
Hmm.
Yeah, screw
I
you.
like being deplorable.
I do too.
Screw you, Hillary. Hillary. Hickory.
Well, for those who are tired of politics, give a shout out to Vortex for replacing a rifle scope that I damaged, not deliberately, but being clumsy oaf. So they sent me a slightly upgraded scope,
Nice.
brand new, and the scope that they replaced, they had to do a repair on it a couple years earlier. So I guess I got my money out of that rifle scope. So
All right, good for them on the warranty. That's great. That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, Paul's on to something right there. California invading Texas is a travesty.
Yeah, and same
well, it
with,
depends on which Californians.
that's what happened to Washington where I moved from. Yeah. They took over. It's bad.
But how bad is it?
Well, it's not bad anymore because I moved.
There you go.
I know. Hopefully we stay red a long time. So
If you want to do a deep dive, there's a gentleman who goes by the handle of Nerdrotic. Does comic books, movies, stuff like that. Well, he had lived in San Francisco, and then when the coup hit, eventually they sold him and his wife sold their house, and they moved to California or to Texas. And first thing he always says when he talks about it is I didn't bring any of that California politics with me. Yeah, I moved here to get away from it. I advise everybody else to be like that also. And
Yeah.
then he'll
Like I was telling Jim when you stepped away, I'm gonna have to go to bed. I got stuff to do in the morning.
yeah, let's wrap her up here. We got
it's almost been an enjoyable conversation, gentlemen.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Hey, Rollis, thanks for coming on, and Kyle, of course, and we got Halloween coming, so remember.
If I'm home, I'll at least poke in or pop in. And if I'm on the road, I'll at least be watching. So, but that's still 3 weeks from now, 4 weeks, whatever.
I got to figure out what I'm gonna do. I might do something stupid this year. I don't know.
All right, you guys ready for the foof?
Yeah, might as well.
All right, I love you guys in the side chat. Until next time, you guys ready?
Poke.
A foof!